understand. I say that $40, so once we pay the loan off, the $40 goes away and we go back to 40 or
Yes.
20, $27.
So-
47 or whatever.
That's where,
it is.
that's what they don't understand, you know, that's why I say it's like the Tabor. Once the loan's paid off,
Yeah.
the $40 cuts off, we go back to 23, so the excess, what do we do with the excess money?
If there's
There wouldn't
excess.
be
There would
To pay the loan.
If we paid it off early, there wouldn't be any excess, it's off. So where'd the interest go? I don't know,
Pay the electric.
you see what I mean?
there's,
Because we're collecting, if you pay
If we're-
$8 for
if
4
we're
years.
smart, We're collecting interest. I mean, we need
Yeah.
to be getting some interest.
Well,
on
there's
it,
not a whole
lot,
Kyle-
because we're limited.
Correct me if I'm wrong, so at some point, we'll have that slush fund that we're building up right now. And then at some point, that slush fund will equal the balance of the account, and then when you just move the entire slush fund over, and the thing's gone, right?
Yeah, probably.
So that's where, I mean, that's where it would go,
Down probably around the 25 to 30 year mark, so we might get that point.
yeah. And we might get lucky, I mean,
Yeah.
there's a sewer, we're paying sewer fees, but that stuff might become cheaper to operate just because we have a brand new system.
Yep.
I mean, there's gonna be less repairs, so we might see some makeup,
Yeah, we're just gonna have to look at it. year
Yeah,
to
see,
year.
'cause
but we're just
collecting,
not gonna know.
because collecting, if we collected $13 would be a lot better right away. Because our fund would go bigger, and the bigger the fund, the more the interest. You know, even if it's one or one, or
Well-
even a 0.25% interest for $1 million is more than, 200,000.
Yeah.
So you're collecting a little bit,
And no, in my view, because, yeah, it's better for the city. On the other hand, in my view, it's worse for the citizens, because the more we take from them,
yes,
they can put into high yield. They can
Right.
risk your investments,
Yeah.
10%
We're making
annual
that
yield.
much
So
of an
we're gonna be
investment
getting
as
2%
compared to
probably.
the citizens.
We're only gonna have one payment a year, right? Do
Two semi-annual payments.
Two payments a year. So basically, whatever money is built up in that fund, when the first payment,
And the
with the
payments-
interest, just. Cause there's no penalty for early payment, right? Or early payoff? No penalty.
No, it's a good point.
So whatever we generate with the $40, whatever you, hopefully we invested wisely to get interest, and then when the payments due, we just, everything we have in that account, we put there for that, make that payment. If it's more than what they want, that's what's due, then we just make more to help lower overall cost.
you see, interest, that's where, people with numbers that know numbers. Yeah, this guy in the front over here that knows numbers, you're looking at,
Interest, yeah.
the payments don't start on the loan until the project's complete, right?
6 months after the budget.
6 months after the project's complete and they haven't started the project yet.
But we are accruing interest as soon as we start drawing on our line of credit to do this project. That's gonna be 3-4 years of interest.
Okay, so that's where if we collect, 200 and if I'm correct here, in the first year, we're gonna collect 255,000. Oh, wait, no, at that $8, that's 153,000, 153,000 a month, a year, right?
Yeah, it was gonna be somewhere between 150 and 180, depending on,
150.
on how we did this.
And even a 3-year CD for 150,000 is
now.
like 4.25 right now.
Can
You
we
know,
put CDs though? this time?
And
It depends on
Yes,
which bank
and-
you go to.
we technically you can as long as it's, but you, I mean, it's considered public funds. Up to $250,000, which the FDIC covers that. That's insured. But anything up and above that, we're supposed to have that securitized by the bank who goes out and buys treasuries and they securitize it by. So there's some peculiarities that you kind of have to be careful with taxpayers' money.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why I say with with people that know numbers, they say, well, if you invest, the first month, you're gonna get, $12,000. You get a $10,000 CD, or move the whole 12,000 into a CD. The next month you get a CD, and they're short term. They're not long term CDs.
Yeah.
So they're accruing 4.5%, 5%, and you have all these CDs that are the sewer fund.
Mhm.
And then you get quite a bit of interest. Like he says, we're gonna accrue interest anyways. And something has to compensate for that, because if not, we're losing. Even though we're collecting, we're still losing, because once they start the project, we start accruing interest or somewhere.
Yeah, we're gonna, again, it's gonna be just like a home construction loan, where if you as soon as you take out the loan and you should take that first draw from the
Yeah.
foundation, you're now accruing interest and it's, you know, it's done on what is it, cost of, a percentage of completion, you know? So as we get closer to the 90% of completion, we're gonna be at 90% of that line of credit, you know, and it's just gonna go up and up, up.
And to balance that, is there some way to put, like, the first year we collect 153,000 and we've already got the loan. I know we don't have to make any payments, but do we have to wait the 6 months after to start paying the loan?
So
Yeah,
know what I mean?
because,
'Cause the
so
lower the
we-
loan-
yeah,
wouldn't-
you're not gonna want, I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
was gonna say, we wouldn't do that, because what we're doing is we're gonna have interim financing. So we're gonna be borrowing money from CoBank
Mhm.
to finance this, and then in the very end, USDA it's gonna make that payment over to them. So we wouldn't necessarily be making a payment on the loan. What we could do in effect is just draw less. We could draw less and, you know, borrow less on that line of credit. If I mean, we'll have this money building, so that would be an option. And I guess, you know, depending on where the interest rate is, but this is, you know, the thing is with this USDA loan being at 2.215%, it's, you know, that's
It's a darn.
almost as
It's
low.
a good loan. It's a good
So-
loan. yeah.
You know, I think that'll be something like he's saying after some time, kind of looking at it and rebalancing. But with the interest, that is also built into this overall number. So
Yep.
the interest on the interim financing is built into this big number that we have already.
See, that's where the people with numbers know, because they ask me questions and I say, well, I don't know about that one. But if you think about it, you know, if we're paying 2.2% interest on the loan, and we have money stored that's not drawing any interest, and you could put it somewhere so you can draw 4.5%, you know, you're gaining 3% right off the bat, right there, 2.2 to 5
Mhm.
is 2.8%.
Yeah.
You know, you're gaining, so the amount you're putting in the savings
And-
is gaining more than what they're charging us here, so that 3%, it makes the loan come down, so, we have more money, I guess, to pay that loan a little faster.
And that's gonna happen as long as we're still in an inverted yield curve.
Yeah.
Right, where
Yeah.
short-term rates are higher than
Yeah.
the long-term rates.
Yeah.
Typically, when the yield curve goes inverted like
Yeah,
that,
when
it
it goes
means,
the other way.
it means we're heading towards a recession.
Yeah, but
Um,
right now, it's pretty good. and
It is, it's absolutely, your overnight funds that I'm gonna, with this deal with Colorado Trust, we're talking 4.25 to 5% on
Yeah.
overnight money. That's unheard of.
Cause I
Yeah.
guess people are
And
listening on.
it won't last
podcasts.
long. It's, a yield curve never, ever stays that way very long. Usually a year or 18 months, and it's done.
And I don't know if this would go to like kind of what they're asking about too, but one of the things I was thinking about with doing this is we're only gonna be up here for so long,
Yeah,
and the populations can change and stuff like that, and we wanna have a little bit of room on there that
You know,
new
that
councils can, it
Well,
may take them time to notice things changing and not, and make adjustments.
well, that's why.
and that 1574 number is, you know, even though that's what we're using as our multiplier, there's no guarantee that we'll always have that. And that's why I always wanted to build in a little bit more just to make sure that we compensated for possible loss of meter caps.
That's why I tell people when they hear something, you gotta come to the meeting. You come to the meetings, you know, no matter what a meeting is, it's just a few hours, you know, of your time, that's it. But you get the knowledge of knowing what's going on. Because a lot of people, you know, they catch you on the street or you catch you when you're doing something, you're running back and forth and asking questions. Golly. And it's been going on for a long time, you know, but when you start talking money, that's when people start getting really involved, you know? Cutting the trees or doing a sidewalk or something like that, yeah.
I know we'll be seeing you here.
I know, it's like.
A question that I would ask, all these numbers, everything is based on how many basically people, households are paying into this right now. Now, what if over the 40 years, something Rocky Ford, we lose population and there's less?
Oh, we've been.
So
losing
then
for a
how's that
long
gonna
time.
affect all of this? Where you have less people paying, the money still
Well,
gonna be there.
as Dwayne had pointed out in the town hall, that should we get to a point where we're below that number, we have to reengage the USDA and let them know about it. And at that point, they will probably do a loan modification of some sort to assist us. There's really no other way to do it because I mean, they committed to the loan and we've signed the loan documents. So you'll end up almost in a modification type of situation, would be my guess. I've never never had to deal with this before, but so we're all in the kind of a new era here.
Well, it's gonna depend what government we
Yeah.
have, nationally. at that
Yeah, this is a once in a lifetime. You guys just happen to be lucky enough to get this one.
So what that could look like, that modification, what it could look like, say we drop down to 1,400 customers is, it could look like a recalculation and that big number being divided by 1,400 instead of 1,594. So that would just make all of our existing customers' rates go up to cover that. Another, something that it asked and pointed out was, what happens if we have growth and we go to that other side? So what if we end up with 1,800, 2,000 customers? On that side, there's nothing in the loan conditions. So that would be, if that is something that we wanted, that would be something that we would add into the ordinance. So definitely I wanted to talk about that and see if everyone wants to set a number that would kind of automatically kick off a recalculation for that point in time.
The hard part about growth is that Rocky Ford is almost grown out. We got a few empty spaces. We have a new one now, Liberty School. They're probably gonna tear all that down. But, we had that space over by Nicole's house. Remember they tried to put, 50 houses in there or something? 60 houses in it?
It was a crazy number, but I think it should be developed. I mean, I really do. I would
We
love to
have-
see more houses.
Those
in
are
our
the only two
neighborhood.
fields we have, I believe, is the ones by your house that go up to Second. All
Without,
the way to Second.
without annex. They should.
Yeah. Yeah,
We're about to have some over by this, where the old schools are.
maybe,
Yeah,
maybe it falls through.
that's another conversation.
Yeah,
Well, right now, there's currently in Rocky Ford, there's rentals, multi-units, from what I was saying, now we have multi-unit rentals where there's only one fee for the one, whatever, now in the future, we can always,
Yeah.
multi-units, multi-fees.
yeah, increase a little bit.
So would you all want to set a number in the ordinance that would kind of automatically kick off a new modification, a new recalculation?
I don't,
And what that would do is that would take everyone's
It's
percentage down a
probably
bit.
more of a Public Works question, but currently roughly how many houses or meters do we have no service at
well, yeah,
that could potentially have service? So,
vacant homes.
Couple
hundred at least, that's.
I think that number was like 1899. It was, there's meters at theirs, but there's no one
there's
there.
no service or there's a pit or something like
Yeah.
that. So what's the difference?
it's somewhere
how many
between-
Pits we have and how many have to be
I think it's
serviced?
between 1,800 and 2,000 somewhere.
I would
Okay.
support charging every home. Because every home is gonna have this line running in front of it.
Well, but we can't charge people that don't have service,
Well,
cause
they
I mean,
can't.
we,
It's,
I mean,
they don't have, I mean, if they don't live at the house, we can't charge them for roads. I mean, it's the same kind of thing.
that's
We're
part of
replacing
the tax.
line,
Yeah,
right?
it falls
Well,
under
it's kind
property
of,
taxes.
it's kind of,
Is
we
it?
don't have we don't have a mechanism to collect. If they
Right.
don't have a utility account
Right.
for this, then.
Yeah.
It would be,
I guess can't is the wrong word. It's difficult to
Mm.
collect those fees from someone that
I
doesn't
assume-
have.
You gotta
service
find
from
them.
the town.
I assume
It's that take them to court when they don't.
Yeah, it's a whole new barrel. I think,
But that just was, would help determine what line, what like threshold we should think about for this. So if every house in Rocky Ford was full,
I don't, well,
would
in my
we
opinion,
have
I don't know until we
1,800,
get-
2,000?
until we get deeper into this, I don't know that I'd want to put any caps on it. We can
Yeah.
always revisit this at
Well, not
another
even
time.
that. He's not saying
know.
that. What he's saying is, if we are at 1574, say we reach that 1,800 household threshold. And at that point, would we reevaluate how much we're charging each person? Because
Yeah, we could do
at
that.
1,800, we would be able to lower what we're charging each household
Yeah,
and save people
I
money.
think personally, I'd say, look, we're already used to that amount that we're paying.
We've been paying it at this point probably 10, 15 years. If we leave it, we take that, I mean, it sounds like we're taking extra, but all we're doing, because we can't do anything else with this money but paying this loan.
Right.
So once
It
it's
means we're
paid
just
for,
shorting the
it's,
loan.
yeah,
So I mean, I'd much rather, instead of recalculating and saying, hey, you're gonna save $5 or $6, I'd rather say, hey, we're gonna shorten this loan by 5 or 6 years.
because if we shorten it by 5 or 6 years, we're paying 5 or 6 years less interest.
Because
granted,
then it
it's
goes away.
2.25%
Yeah.
or whatever, we're still saving that interest.
I think we
over
saved the
5
citizens
years,
more
which-
money by paying off the loan earlier than by saving them a few dollars a month by recalculating.
To me,
Because
this
for-
seems like a problem.
I haven't heard any feedback from citizens about, looking at the long-term amount of the loan. I've heard feedback from citizens about what that impact is gonna be on their household budget. So that was a direct question that we heard twice around, okay, well, this is how much we're paying now. So if there are more customers and the share should then be spread, what happens? So that was that feedback. And it is, yeah, there's nothing in the letter of conditions that USDA, that's not a problem that they care about. So that would be something that, we would want to look at, and it's, when we're building the ordinance, that's something that can go in the ordinance, or it can kind of be left for the future to look at.
Now, the other concern was, remember we raised the rates, what was it, 3-2-1? Or was
It
it
was
5-3-2?
532.
5-3-2, and that was what, almost 2 years ago? We raised it 5-3-2, and we did move some money into the big budget or something, or into the general fund, because we're short a little bit, but we still paying on that 5-3-2. And that money was for sewer, one of them was for sewer. Is that money added into this? The amount we're charging right now, so it's like,
In our budget,
it goes into the
it's-
43,
it's
right?
not, yeah, because at the time, that was the intention of it,
Yeah.
was to prepare for this.
Yeah, because it was
But
a
the
major
way that
project.
it's been presented and calculated, that isn't in this, and I think that's kind of what we've heard on some about, maybe we've heard the term, the city skin in the game, and I think that's kind of what that was alluding to was, when we made that increase, it was kind of at that time with the intention that we were starting to build for this project.
Yes.
But no, that isn't considered in this or calculated into this. If so, we would be about 37, we would need to get to, or 30 around there.
Because some of those people remember everything, they say, hey, wait a minute, we did this and we did that.
Did that
we do
money
this
just
as
go
some-
to
It makes,
maintenance? 'Cause
somebody's
we've
paying
been having
attention.
So many issues with it.
Yeah, just into that
Yeah, operating expenses.
enterprise.
And the water fund has 15 and 5, which 5 is going to future construction, and 15 is going to debt service
Yeah.
for the water fund.
because I remember the trash was the only one, the one that was making money is the trash, right? But we never did get the increase from the dump. When the new people bought the dump, I know we got an increase over there. That increase never came across, like they told us what it was or anything.
As far as our dumping fees over there?
Yep. I know it
it's-
went up. I remember.
It increased, but it's reflected in the budget.
The increase was? Because I know they're closing Manzanola, right?
It's closed.
Yeah, and everybody's got to go over there.
Mhm. Anything else? Any other
Stand for something
questions or
Yeah.
any feedback you've heard since?
So we start putting the money, whichever schedule we're looking at here, out of the three, money be invested, draw interest, and all money accrued from this $40 increase in interest will be used to pay solely the loan, and if it's paid off early, that's less we have to, for future generations, we're not saddling them with ours. And pay it off, and then we start working, at that time, whatever they have to do. Yeah, pay it off early and get out of there, save money.
That's right. But you're at, yeah, that, you're gonna be.
Nick had mentioned something about,
Yeah.
households per, like households like quadplexes or larger billing per household. Is that the similar kind of thing where just billing is gonna be a technical challenge where it's not worth it? Is that something we can consider?
No,
I think
yeah,
that's a
that-
totally different
it
thing,
would-
but yeah.
But once that was implemented, it would be another, it would just be another address. So it'd be another account in the system. So that,
That or if they paid by a hole, you charge them by toilet, because that's what Sweet does, isn't it?
Would that be? I mean, that we're just not relying on the honor system on that, right? We're not going checking
Well,
people's toilets.
not
Or you could go to.
necessarily,
They
Zillow or
actually do,
something.
well, I think it'd be how your house is listed. If your house is listed as a 3-2,
Yeah, where it's it on the Catholic County website, however it's listed.
Yeah, I
that
think
way.
that's
So
another
if you've
good
done
thing to have.
renovations, you would turn in that paperwork that says you've done that, it updates, so.
Well, either way, either one of those ways, I think is a smart idea. I think
Yeah,
JR's
if
got
you have
some input.
multi-unit.
Yeah.
Good.
it would come out of this. So,
$40.
yeah, out of this, we need to put it away until,
Remember, before you get too excited about paying off all the. Gotta have those reserves. But I think that reserve was what, $7.67.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't super.
yeah, so this would cover that.
My email's not working.
That,
on my
that's in your
computer.
debt service.
But the reserve is equal to
Right.
1 year.
I even tried getting in.
Oh, yeah,
like,
that's why we're
graphics
doing, that's why we're
like
doing what
it
we're
will
doing
not
now, so
be
when everything, we're ready for this.
So that's why I'm-
Whenever we have to start paying back, that's all we're, for this whole trying to build. Absolutely.
Any other questions or feedback regarding this? So kind of what we'll have is, we do have it for action on there. So kind of what it would be is it wouldn't be, we still need to build an ordinance. This is gonna be a different, it's gonna be different than any of the other, some of the other ordinances that we have. This is probably gonna be a 10 to 20 page ordinance, because it is going to, it's gonna outline every, all the specifics of what this could be used for. And how it gets to its end. So what we would be doing is kind of selecting an option, and then based on that, we'd be able to take that back and build out the ordinance.
I see.
We have to do this on 2 readings.
We have to pass the ordinance on 2 readings. So if we can, we could maybe have the first ordinance read December 12th. But it'll still be, that would be if everything works out perfectly.
Would it make sense to, vote on whether or not we want to do the per toilet pricing at the same time?
I don't think that has
No,
anything
I
to do with
think
the loan. I
that
think that's a
one-
separate.
that-
ordinance.
Yeah.
That
would be
one,
a
that one
separate
I will
increase.
also say too, and it's surprising, hearing Gary talk about that. Because I think that one's gonna be pretty contentious. And that's definitely something I think we would want to put out and share about that more, because once people catch on to that, we're gonna have a lot of people,
It also makes.
we're gonna have some sides sharing feedback on that.
Feeling difficult, because once they sign up and they set it in the computer what it is, that will be, the problem is that people are right now paying a certain amount, whether they have 1 toilet or 4 toilets, and they're not gonna like the ones are gonna, people with 1 are not gonna see a change, and the people with 4 are gonna see, a
Well, that's-
multiplier of 3, it's on some
Well, that's what I
portion
mean.
of the
We're
bill.
dividing the loan right now by 1,600. In the case of doing it by toilet, we're gonna be dividing by 3,000 or something like that.
Well, I think the only way I would get behind a per toilet is if we kept it at that, 4 and above. I don't think that my little home, that I technically have 2 toilets. Most of us probably do
even if I had a 5-bedroom with a 3 toilet, that's still a 1-family unit. I would
I
think
think-
X amount of-
I think that would need to apply more to
anything
a
with
like
quadplex or above,
multifamily
At any
unit.
rate, I
Yeah.
didn't mean to bring up a debate that we should
Yeah,
have
yeah,
later.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, and thanks, Thomas, because that's like, this is definitely
Yeah.
gonna be something that'll take a lot of research and,
Yeah.
discussion because, yeah, I could see this one being contentious. Anything that has to do with properties, we're gonna get a lot of energy around.
Especially after raised it by $40, you know, whatever.
Well, for some people, it would go down in that case, though.
If,
Some of these would stay about the same. Yeah,
Well,
over
it-
would have-
Yeah, and that's where, it technically wouldn't because we don't have anything in there that says, we kick off. So we would just have, more customers or more that, but it would still be the $40. So, because it's gonna be however the ordinance is built out is what it'll be. So that's kind of our option now is if we do want to add some of those, I guess, guards in there that, like in that case of we get to a high limit, automatically kick off some sort of recalculation. We would need all those in there, because whatever's in the ordinance is what they're gonna be. That's kind of
So you're
gonna be
saying
their
if we
guiding.
decided later to do one of these other things we're talking about, it would be helpful to have that kind of limit in there now.
It would just, yeah, it would kind of give them some guidelines for the future, because it'll, that's not gonna happen overnight. This would probably be 5, 10 years down the road and a totally new council and possibly different staff. So they would be able to look to the ordinance and say, okay, this is what we need to do when.
We have 1,800 pencil there. I mean, I
Begs the
think that's
question, why to even do the
something we're not gonna have to mess with.
I said, which begs the question, why even do the ordinance? Yeah. I mean, because you're absolutely right. After 3.5, 4 years of construction, none of us may be. But, it's really a decision for future council.
Well, for a revenue bond, we have to have an ordinance in place for that. Anything else on this one?
The ordinance, though. Don't have the ordinance on the begin date, end date, payoff, that it would stay there forever.
And
So we go to
I'll admit, I'm sketchy on
Or-
bonding and the requirements that are gonna do that. I'm gonna learn a lot whenever I meet with our this bonding agent, so I'm gonna learn as much as I can about it, but I've never dealt with a municipal bond before. What all's involved in it, what parameters we have to work on. So.
So I
Because
don't know,
somebody
kind of,
pocket change, we could pay the loan off.
Robert,
This guy I know.
One thing I'm looking at, they're saying family that has multiple records. If there's 4 people, I'm just throwing numbers, if there's 4 people in a household, they have 1 bathroom or 2. It's not gonna be an increase, it's the same amount of people. But if you have a duplex with 2 families with 1 meter, they're the ones that are not paying their full share. So if we have any kind of multi-family units, each unit should be billed for the.
I don't think that should be contentious. I think that should just be the way it is. I mean, that's just.
Cause right now we have multi-units that are only, my understanding, just paying the one fee.
Some of them, it depends on the unit. So like I have that accessory unit on my dwelling. It has completely separate meters for everything.
It should
So
be that way.
some of them, some of them it is, some of them it isn't. I don't know. You do have 1 meter for your whole
Currently,
house?
yes, we, when we had an issue, we replaced everything and now it is just one water meter and one electrical line and one got, but at one point in time, there was 2 out
There
there
were
for
2.
everything.
So, but you've kind of essentially turned it into a single family.
Yeah, it just has
So-
extra doors.
Yeah,
A weird
But it's
call.
one family. That's what I'm saying. If you
Yeah.
have multiple families, you should be paying multiple fees.
yeah, it,
So my apartment building, for 14 toilets, so it's $232.
in swing. Okay.
yeah, so.
And that covers water, just water,
Oh,
water sewer?
That's just what I pay for sewer.
Oh, just for sewer.
So what,
Okay.
17, $18 per toilet?
So, and that, I'd say it's kind of a totally separate discussion with that one, because if that wouldn't be a separate account, it's just the billing changes for your service.
Yeah.
But this one would be per account. So, yeah, if we don't have any other feedback or questions on this, the next one we did have was, budgets. I don't know if there's anything. We will have the public hearing. We'll have some space for discussion on that, but if there's any questions there that
Did everybody get the
I'll
copy?
be able to ask.
We're supposed to understand it, right?
I'll-
You put it in crayons next time?
I've been trying to explain it all year.
Yeah, me too.
What you gotta do is give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
I don't need that.
Yeah, as I
Also-
read it, just stand there like that, bro.
I don't want that on me.
Oh. Go ahead, there was a couple of things, but I think I,
And I'll discuss that in council as far as, I'm gonna do a quick summary. I mean, you obviously have the summary page for the appropriation.
No, I'm good.
The loan. Anybody else wants one, take one.
I think we all got one.
Yeah, thank you. You're gonna have another.
I was gonna have another one, but I'm not getting it.
Sure.
No.
There's-
What did
I got
we do
used to
so
pass,
bad
but I didn't want
yesterday?
to get jealous of my other.
Like knockoff one.
It's bad enough when I bring little. You know what I mean?
all right.
Sure that I want to choose.
When I eat it, won't hurt my feelings.
That's why I look good. My kid don't like the cheese either. I do the same thing with Lunchables.
I thought those Lunchables being good. I did have one like a couple
I
of
do
years
eat
ago.
the
They're
Lunchable days.
unedible.
My
I
kids like,
I did.
pick
I was
wants
like
this.
I don't know what.
I'll have a cat.
Yeah. Or today then.
Thomas, how many cats
But
do you
when I did have lunch.
It depends on the day, but I've got 5 right now. Is it, do we really?
Uh-huh.
How many is it?
4.
Somebody's gonna have to report me.
All different
Self-report.
animals, right?
So, report
More
me.
than 4, you need a kennel license. We do have.
You guys will buy a kennel.
So hi, am I?
Are you leaving again? Oh, this is it. Okay.
On this side.
Oh,
here's you,
is
you gonna
this
be
the
up
one that we swear you guys into your seats? Do we have to swear these two in or no, because they've already been?
there. He's been sworn in, but me and Hubbard.
No, there was no election.
Oh, okay. They
Do we
just-
just keep riding for 4 years, or do we have to be sworn in for the new 4 years?
I don't think
Actually, yeah, I think you might need to.
I don't remember.
do
Did
get-
I get sworn in after the election?
Yes.
last year?
You would
Yeah.
have to go through.
For sure.
So they do, all 3?
But that was a true election.
Oh,
This
yeah, it
one
was an
is
actual
different,
election,
but
but
they still, I think they would still be signing
You
it.
can still, yeah, it still counts as an election.
Stacy, did you have anything on budget on the debate to, so I understood? Look at it right now.
Well, we run everything.
Yes, it's good. We got
The
about
budget,
7
everything I
minutes.
didn't have was, going over it, just me and my boys.
Day-to-day stuff.
Copy your list. We save some money, but not, decent buy. That adds up.
so the lease includes repair. So if anything happens to it, they come out and fix it right away. I used to have a much bigger lease through Gobins and Tascosa. Cut what I pay overall by like 75%. I think I was paying almost $200 a month for everything. And now I only pay almost maybe 50 or 60 from them.
I know.
So, but that bill covers how many different, you gotta think, remember that covers everybody here. fire department, police department, public works over there, the library, the
My understanding is
museum.
the Fire did away with theirs, they have their own fire.
Well, see, the thing is that our copyright is actually every department has their own. fee.
Well, and that's it, right? Yeah.
It's not really, it's just,
Yeah.
there's one
Everybody
fee,
has
but it's
their
just
own.
spread across the budget.
Yeah.
But we're around 40,000 a year and it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, maintenance is, I mean,
But I'm paying, so you pay a lease to the company that you're leasing the copier through, but then you also pay for your copies on through the per page. So every copy you make, you get a charge for that unless there's like an allowance in there, which they suggest
how are you?
some of them, so
Yeah, which I,
that's what you charge public. That's what you pay?
Or is it 50 cents?
Except now his lungs are ruined. How you guys were that close with him breathing and stuff.
That one I didn't go to. No, Cully, our color copies. Yeah. it's like-
oh, yeah.
I thought I saw that one.
That's what I learned was when we're spending on leasing drones. It's kind of hit on the last meeting, if I remember correctly. There's not a lot of money here involved on this, on the animal shelter operating expenses with. You know, the fees we need to start charging the city, you know, I have two dogs too, and I don't have a license, you have to go get a license, it's not much. But we need to start enforcing what's already on code. You know, the
Well,
alcohol.
and part of what a lot of people, the thing about getting those licenses is that a lot of people don't have the required vet documentation.
Mhm.
So when you come in to get that dog license, you have to have their updated shots, their vaccinations, you know, all of that. I agree. I absolutely agree that everybody should be. But that's where we struggle in this, is that
Just told me
we struggle with all of
It's $5. My cats. How much is that yearly?
your
or
fees.
is-
We could change it. We could adopt what Lahana did.
What's that?
So if you're caught feeding the stray animals, they're now considered your animals, and then you've got to pay whatever the fee is to have them and license them.
Well, in that case, I have 7.
State cause is on you as well. So if a dog tears up something that you've been feeding, if you're just putting a bowl in the back alley, that's your dog, that's your cat. And if they tear something up, now you're responsible.
Well, then I'll just stop doing green
And I'll
spay.
tell you, if you do a public license, bring that up because it costs a big fight.
And then also.
Yeah, but does TNR count for that with this, with
I
the,
know.
Consider expense we're having the city
If
pay
they
to
take
maintenance and
the
repair.
trap meter release?
we're
So,
still in this budget
Somewhere.
conversation. So that
oh,
Robert has a question over here.
Another concern I have is the money the city's spending on vehicle maintenance and repair of equipment, vehicles and equipment. Now, in years past, the city had their own mechanic. We have facilities for them. Do work. Doesn't have to be a certified full-blown mechanic with simple running repairs, flats and stuff like that. You know, we can do it in-house instead of paying out. And we'll save some money there.
Yeah, we have somebody hired that can do that work now.
We do.
We do.
So we're doing it in, okay. It's like I said, it used to be in the past and then it went away.
Is that gonna be on public works vehicles or is that all, every city vehicle?
I think right now, Public Works, but I know like the fire department, they do their own, I don't know. You take yours to, so that's something we can discuss.
So he'd be able to work on vehicles and equipment, loaders, tractors.
He has been, yes.
lawnmowers. Oh, everything.
He's doing record, but he's doing water, and whatnot. But right now it's just basically like the little stuff. You don't, you can't tear out a loader or anything, but it's kind of the little stuff.
Well, but generally, a lot of your running repairs and just simple everyday maintenance and stuff, you know.
I gotta tell.
They maybe fix a flat instead of taking it in to get fixed and
Yeah.
save money there.
We got 1 minute.
Overtime, that's a whole other conversation.
mine says 3.
One turns into 5 real quick.
Around here. Oh, that's so true.
Those are the concerns I had going through this. I kind of covered
And
that.
if you have, and we'll still during the public hearings, during the public hearing portion of it, we'll still have an opportunity for any feedback then.
Are there by chance, agendas over there?
Yeah.
May I have one, please? Like a regular tonight agenda? Awesome, thank you. I'd just like to take notes on it. Thank you.
I was gonna play mine up. Here, do you have one?
My things were being obnoxious and I finally got it to work, but I had to sign into my. Oh. Oh, what was that word? What's it?
Cause I can open up photo Adobe. Microsoft was down there. I'll trade you.
Stacy, did you guys block Google from the city, from the Wi-Fi here? 'Cause I can't get into my Gmail. I had to sign on to my own. I had to get on my own hotspot to get into my Gmail account. It would not let me on.
It just knocked you out. That's good.
Internet, yeah. So I just signed on to my own, but. Yes, I have to.
I just, I always have mine here, but it always throws me off when we have something in that.
And that's what the one I had. I don't have one for this. So now I do. It is time.
I thought you were gonna say exclusive. How are you talking about?
All right, everyone, the time is now 7 PM. I'll call the regular meeting of the Rocky Ford City Council to order. Becca, will you do the roll call, please?
Rivera,
Last, yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Mosby,
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Mullins,
Yes.
Mayor Gurley.
Yes. If you'll all rise, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thomas, will you do the mission statement, please?
Absolutely. The mission statement for Rocky Ford is to improve the quality of life in the city of Rocky Ford, making it a great place to live and work while strengthening relationships and creating pride in the community.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to our public comment section. So if any citizens would like to address council on any items not on the agenda, please come up to the front, state your name, and you would have 3 minutes to share comments. If you are here for something that is on the agenda, you can wait until that time in the meeting, and we'll be able to call you up at that time. But open the floor for any public comment at this time. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda contains the approval of previous meeting minutes for November 12th, 2024, and approval of special meeting minutes for November 7th, 2024. Also includes an application for renewal of retail liquor license from Rianne Gonzalez and Leonard Gonzalez LLC, DBA Lens Tavern. Arts Commission recommendation to reappoint J.R. Thompson, Robert Barone, and Mike Shima to 3-year terms expiring December 31st, 2027. And an application from the Chamber of Commerce to request to close the street for the Parade of Lights this Saturday, November 30th. So if anyone would like to discuss those separately, please let me know now. If not, look for a motion to approve consent agenda.
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda. Items 8.1, approval of the previous minutes, the meeting minutes on 11/12/23. 8.2, the application for renewal of liquor license for Len's Tavern at 901 Railroad Avenue. 8.3, the Arts Commission recommendation to approve or to appoint J.R. Thompson and Robert Barone and Mike Shima to a 3-year term till December 31st, 2027. And 8.4, the Chamber of Commerce requests to close public streets for Parade of Lights from Main to Washington, Main Street from Washington Avenue to Front Street on November 30th, 2024.
A second.
Call for a vote.
Barone,
Yes.
Martinez.
Yes.
Mosby,
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Mullins.
Yes.
Herrera,
Yes.
Gurley.
Yes. Okay, consent agenda is approved. Move on to the approval of agenda. If there's anything anyone would like to add, please let me know. I do have one, just kind of correction to the agenda that I'll be making. So just under presentation, I want to just recognize on the agenda, we'll have a presentation from Representative Ty Winter and Senator Rod Pelton. I look for a motion to approve agenda.
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda as printed. And
Second.
Call for a vote.
Martinez,
Yes.
Mosby,
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Mullins,
Yes.
Herrera,
yes,
Barone,
Yes.
Mayor Gurley.
Yes, agenda is approved. Okay, we'll move on to our presentations. Gentlemen, if you'd like to come up to the front. Good, thank you all for making the trip over to Rocky Ford.
Thank you.
Coming down here to the little city.
So don't really know what you guys are interested in. Came through the election, Colorado had, Republicans had some small victories. Session starts January 8th. I don't look for a whole lot of change in the way things have gone. There's still kind of an attack on rural Colorado just because they don't really understand us out here. I had Kit Carson Rural Development contact me today about a bill that was ran in 22 that kind of put some onerous regulations on building efficiencies and stuff, and it really hurts the smaller communities. So I may be trying to address that in a bill this year. Representative Winter and I are running a bill together. Has to do with trying to add one more rural member to the stack with CDOT. Just to try to give us a little more voice. That's some of the bills I'm running on.
I mean, and what Senator Pelton said is true. The rural urban divide is huge in the state capital. There's so many bills they pass with the consequences. They don't realize how they fall down on our rural counties, especially frontier counties. You see it especially with housing and zoning. Some of the ideas that they have, I mean, they basically want to, their goal at the end of the day is to put housing along the highways and train routes and basically stack housing. So then there's less transit. It doesn't work in our part of the country. I mean, Rocky Ford, whether your community should grow the way it wants to grow. It shouldn't grow the way the state mandates somebody 4 hours from here to tell you how to grow when it comes to your zoning, your transportation. And what we see is a redistribution of wealth a lot of times. I mean, like the electric vehicle tax credit. I mean, they are taking taxpayer dollars out of rural Colorado and they're funneling them to the inner city. And so many times we're on the outs. I mean, we really see it with housing as well. Housing needs in rural Colorado are different, especially as we see what they call the silver tsunami. I mean, we see people, we don't have transitional housing for our aging population. And these are things that they don't understand. They've got a young, vibrant community up in the Metroplex, and they don't understand the intricacies of what we face down here. So we've really had a battle with zoning and things like that. Building codes, that's another thing. I mean, it's impossible. Asbestos abatement. Last year, we ran a bill to put, there's money in the cash fund on fines to be able to help with, just like Otero School District, their bus barn. You know, it was cheaper to build a new bus barn than to take the asbestos out of the old bus barn. So what I see at the state capitol myself and the senator sees is they just don't understand our way of life. 2 years ago, we did a rural tour and we invited city legislators to come into the district We actually did one stop here in Rocky Ford and we talked to the vegetable growers. And we talked about how they had the laws. Okay, so they changed the laws for labor. And we talked to not only the growers, we talked to migrants who are upset because they can't come here and make the money they want to make because they're limited to hours. We took them to an energy production in Los Animas County. And that's another thing that we face. We've got to be real about this. I'm a huge proponent of nuclear energy. I believe in small modular reactors. They fit on the size of a Walmart, the footprint of a Walmart and its parking lot. And I'm here to tell you, the green energy push in Colorado is taxpayer funded and it's killing the state. Ever since we've started this, the cost of energy has went through the roof. And what scares us in rural Colorado is we need firm, reliable power. And I do not believe, I'm an all above energy person. I believe we should shoot oil, gas, coal. We could have some wind, we could have some solar, but to just bank on what the state is as their carbon free goal by 2035, I think it's unattainable, especially for rural Colorado, because one thing we have seen is if they start to have rolling blackouts and brownouts in Denver, if you don't think they're going to push your power north, then you haven't been at the state capitol very much. So that's why I'm a huge proponent of small modular nuclear plants. This year, we came down to Harris Pharmacy and spoke with your pharmacist, Kai, great guy, having a huge problem with PBMs, and it's killing independent pharmacies. So running a bill, we're going after Big Pharma this year, and we're telling them you need to be able to make sure that people, the pharmacist you have in this community is unbelievable. It costs him money to put prescription out in this community, and he takes that on his back. And to have somebody like that in your community is huge. So we're going to try to help with that. We're running the stack bill. The ranchers asked me, I'm running a no lab grown meat bill. We're competing with the wolves. Thank God we're not competing with the mountain lions right now. But that's another thing is our farmers and ranchers. Out of the state house, y'all, I live on a ranch in Los Animas County. Out of 65 members, there's only 2 of us that come from an agricultural background in the whole. How many of you all in the Senate? 4?
Yeah, 4.
So you only have 6 voices out of 100 that come from agricultural background. Last year, the senator and we ran the agricultural stewardship bill, which will help our farmers and ranchers. It's a tax credit if you're doing rotational grazing, rotational crops, interseeding. And we're always trying to put money back in the district. We all pay taxes here no different than they do in the Metroplex. And you need to see a return on that dollar too. So many times, though, I will tell you this, we're left out in the cold in rural Colorado. And that's why we urge you all, we need you all to testify. And when these bills come up and they're going to affect Rocky Ford, you have our contact information. You please get on the phone at any time. That's our job. We need to have that interaction with you all because as these bills are being passed, you need to reach out and be like, we're Rocky Ford, Colorado, and this is how it's going to affect our budget. You all deal with unfunded mandates all the time. That's another thing that we see come out of the building is it's a constant stream of unfunded mandates. The big counties, it doesn't hurt. The big counties do just fine. But the small rural counties and frontier counties where, your staff here, you're having to add staff members to do little ticky-tacky things. We see it in education as well. So the big is the disconnect between the 2 different ways of life. And what's really unfortunate is it isn't like we live in 2 different parts of the state anymore. It's like we live in 2 different states. And it's just not right. And at the podium all the time, I tell them we're a proud people. These people just want to go to work and they want to make a living, and you're taking industry away from them, whether it's farming or ranching or oil and gas. It's not right. There's also people who just want to go to work and take care of themselves. And then you take away their way of living and then you hook them on government money like a drug. And that is not right, especially for rural Colorado. I don't know what other bills you running, sir.
I'm running one with we're running one for rural hospitals. I can't remember the particulars of it. Being a rancher, all my bills have to do with rural Colorado or agriculture. Every session I've run a rural hospital bill. Last year I ran one that if you were a critical access hospital, right now in the state of Colorado, you have to license as a general hospital also. So when it comes time to have a capital improvement, construction project, you have to buy 2 permits. This bill will help save up to $50,000 whenever that happens. And all our critical access hospitals usually run into red. So every dollar we can save helps them take care of us whenever we need it. So
We've been trying to take the reins off of government a little bit. So I ran the physician's assistant bill 2 years ago. We all know that healthcare is an issue in rural Colorado. This bill isn't gonna fix the problem, but what it allows is a physician assistant. It used to be they had to work under direct supervision of a doctor. Now they can work in collaboration. So if you have a doctor and a physician assistant here in Rocky Ford, the doctor decides to leave, that physician's assistant, as long as they're collaborating with that doctor, can still stay in practice. And that's a huge issue. I run education bills. Senator Pelton and I ran a bill that way superintendents and principals that are retired and already collecting para can come out of retirement, still collect para while putting into para to teach, because that's another hole that we have to fill in rural Colorado. It's hard to recruit young teachers to rural Colorado. No different in Trinidad, Rocky Ford, Lamar. The nightlife isn't big for kids coming out of the city with the degree to bring their families into. They also look at healthcare. You know, they look at schools. So that's another thing for us to recruit these people. We have to start making our communities compete a little bit more and be more vibrant. Another issue that I'm tackling this year is the landlord issue. In Denver, don't get me wrong, there's slumlords. One of the unintended consequences of legislation they passed, it is killing our small town landlords. I mean, I've had landlords come to me and say, Rep Winter, we can't even go talk to somebody about their house. They can threaten us. They've made it basically where the renters have control and the landlords can't do anything. And that's really unfortunate. I will say it seems it's almost like they're trying to push people out of the private property business. With all the legislation that they're running on housing and on landlords, it's almost like the state wants to take over the housing, which should scare everybody. They even passed a bill that they can build housing on state land now. They try to pass the right to first refusal bill, which would mean if you own a home and you decide you want to sell this complex, say it's a 5-apartment complex, they can hold that sale. Rocky Ford can hold that sale for a certain amount of days. It doesn't matter if you have a private seller on day one, they can hold that sale. Now they can't lowball you on it, but they can hold that private transaction up. And what's scary about that is we have landlords and property owners coming to the Capitol constantly saying, we've invested our lives in these rental properties and the state keeps putting their thumb on us. And those are things that hurt rural Colorado as well, because if you want people to come in and invest, they're afraid to invest. We have businesses leaving the state because of the clean air policies. This year, we watched for the first time ever at the Capitol, I think I've seen is we had labor come up and testify against these bills. We had the steel workers out of Pueblo come in and testify against them. We had the pipe fitters union come in and testify against a lot of the legislation. And what I truly believe is I think that the Metroplex is out of touch with the rest of the state. And that's our job to tell your story. And when I go to the Capitol, I try to tell the story of House District 47. And that's why your input isn't so important. Because if you're not giving me the background of how it's affecting your community, I can't go to that dais and can't represent you the way you want to be represented. So my big thing is I urge you all, please, if you see legislation that's coming down the pipe that you think is horrible, send emails, make a phone call. I've read statements from city council members. This is how it'll affect our city, and I will go up there and put it on the record. And we need to start working together as a team in rural Colorado. We need to start banding together. I know we're a bunch of little voices right now, but we need to come together as one solid big voice. Because we're really being, and we're not looking for sympathy, we're really being left on the outs, y'all. We're an afterthought in that building, and it's really unfortunate. And if we don't start banding together and screaming out loud together, we're gonna find ourselves under the bulldozer even more.
And you guys can now testify remotely from your own home. That's one good thing that did come of COVID. You don't have to go to the Capitol or to the local college to testify. You can do it right from your home.
Yeah, you can definitely, like you said, you can sign up and testify here from county chambers. Is there any questions anybody has? I want to make sure we're covering everything you'd like to.
I've got some questions or concerns. First of all, I understand there's a lot more people, there's a lot bigger tax base in the metropolitan area versus out here where we are. But like you said, we count, we matter. My concerns for me, I would say the biggest one is utility bills. When I get my utility bills, 25% of that bill is actual consumption of the commodity and the rest of it is fees, transportation, delivery, and all this. You know, can you help us in that one? I got three. I'll give you all three and then I'll let you. Another one is public transportation. We have really no public transportation out here, very little. You know, to get to I-25 where there is better transportation. We have not much out here. And then once again, the infrastructure is for roads and bridges. I mean, you know, we have a lot of 2-lane highways, a lot of roads that aren't up to par, bridges that are who knows how many decades old. Can't you help us?
I'm gonna do an audit on part of the PUC this year. I've done a little digging into it. There's a lot of money spent. And sir, one thing I've learned in that building is we don't have a revenue problem. We have a priority problem where we put our money. We put our money in some insane things. when it comes to the energy, I hate to beat that drum, but the green energy push is the cost of energy to go through the brook. That's hurting it as well. And roads and bridges, this is what makes it hard about severance taxes, is DOLA, they cut back 23 million last year in DOLA grants because that money is no longer there. Last year, we swept $10 million from severance tax to balance the general fund. This year, I think the governor's sweeping $8 million. Department of Natural Resources, 92% of their budget comes from severance tax, which comes from oil and gas production. I don't know where we're gonna make that up. We are starting this session $900 million in the hole. The governor reached out on the assistant minority leader and said, assistant minority leader winner, if any of the Republicans have any legislation that has a fiscal note, tell them not to bring. That means it's even worse for us, sir. Utility rates, like I said, I know there's gonna be some legislation this year. I know Black Hills had actually come out and made a statement that they're gonna reduce off of theirs. I don't know if it's enough, but they have come to the table. But I do know that Representative Martinez out of the Valley, I think, is gonna run some legislation to try to address that. He really went after Excel really hard on it last year. But no, those are all valid issues. When it comes to the roads and bridges, though, I mean, if there's no money for DOLA grants, it's hard for you guys to apply for those grants. Another thing that makes it hard is having such a small staff. You know, these big cities, they have grant writers. They have people on staff doing this stuff, applying for these grants. And it makes it harder and harder for you all. The same with schools getting grants. Your superintendent usually is the bus driver. She cooks on some days, she shovels snow. The last thing your staff has time in a school to do is apply for grants. And that's another disparity that we see. We just don't have the staffing to do this. And as they put more unfunded mandates on top of it, it puts us to the outs even more.
And going along with transportation, as you know, with the Front Range and the mountain corridors, that's where all the CDOT dollars go. They want to people look at the slopes. Yep. You know, I mean, there's a lot more squeaking going on up there than out here, but we did an audit of CDOT a year ago, found a lot of discrepancies, but it's an enterprise fund and they answer to nobody, not even the governor. So I sit on the audit committee. I look forward to this audit that Rep. Winters just mentioned. That's an even numbered committee, but it still takes a majority to bring an audit. So it has to show enough discrepancy to bring an audit. We tried to do that with the Secretary of State right before the election, and it was a 4-4 vote.
Well, and you bring up the Front Range, our ranch is right off of I-25, and I'll tell you what, 350 is a lot better highway than I-25 is right now. And that's because the governor appointed a director to CDOT that had no clue anything to do with highways. And that's another thing we've seen. Some of his appointees, they have no expertise in the area that they're working in. And that makes a huge difference. I mean, you have this beautiful state and you drive in from New Mexico, so that's these gorgeous highways, and you hit Raton Pass and you get north of Trinidad and you're dodging potholes on I-25. People running 85, 90 miles an hour. It's a damn shame as a Colorado that we pay these tax dollars and you come over the pass into this beautiful state. And I mean, it's good if you're in the tire and rim business, I guess, but, and it comes back to allocation of funds. I mean, we put what I've seen at the Capitol in the last 2 years is we take care of all this, I will call it a lot of nonsense where we spend money. And at the end, we scream fire departments and kids, because those are the things that grab people by their heartstrings and get them to spend that extra money in the end, instead of doing what's right, put that money in front, making sure those things are funded in front. And then another thing is legislation. It is so lopsided in that building, there's no sausage making. So my first year, we spent more time fixing bills that had been passed the year before, because you don't have to sit across the table and work. When you're in a super majority, you say, I have a bill, we don't need your votes, sit in the corner and shut up, and we're going to pass this legislation. That's another thing that hurts us, because one committee, they do listen to us on those agriculture, because I mean, you can think you know a whole lot, but if you don't know what end the calf comes out of when the cow, you're at a disadvantage. They just want our water. Well, that's another thing, and I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, they talk about sustainable growth. Well, sustainable growth is off the back of rural Colorado and 8% of communities. You all know that. I will say though, our water lady, she fights like heck for Colorado water. We've really put pressure on the states and down in the compact, Arizona, Nevada, California. They're starting to tell them that if we're going to have to cut back on golf courses and green belts, then you're going to have to figure out a better way to deal with your water. So I will say that the gal that we have working with the state now, she fights pretty hard for the water. But you're right, they're trying to take water out of rural Colorado. I mean, we see what in Banff, Colorado Springs Utilities is deep in Banff right now. I'm sure you've heard of their program where they come in and you've been flood irrigating all these years, they figure how much water you use flood irrigating. Then if you put pivots in, they figure how much water you'll save by sprinkling, and then they get that perpetuity, that water. So if you use 1 million gallons a year, and then with sprinklers, you only use 500,000, if they come in and pay for your pivots, but they get that 500,000 gallons for lifetime. So you're right, they're coming after our water, they can't grow without it.
And to piggyback a little more onto CDOT, they have become a green energy department, not necessarily a highway department. They're putting in charging stations and pushing the Green New Deal more than they are asphalt.
Perfect example is the funeral home bill that was passed last year. Representative Soper had our staff go through it. They put money in there for electric chargers in the funeral home bill. They try to sneak things in left and right. He's 100% correct. But you talk about the tax base being up there. Agriculture is still the number one producer in this state. And we constantly tell them we feed you, we clothe you, and we feed your homes. And every time we talk during lunch in the meeting, I look at them like, hey, you guys enjoy lunch? Well, thanks, thank rural Colorado today, because they're the ones that put that food on your plate. But that's where you all are the cavalry. I always tell people this is a 50-50 deal. I'll leave my family, I'll go up there for 4 months. I'll live downtown Denver, which is a tough thing for a country boy. But when it comes to your 50%, that's when we need you guys to ride in on the horse and testify and talk about these things. Because your voices are important. We talk so much up there, sometimes we're kind of like that person, you know, that writes the letter to the editor every week, and then after 7 weeks, you just see the name and you put the paper down. When you're up there fighting like we do, you all, there's times that it falls on deaf ears, but when they're sitting in committee and they have to talk to the 5 or 6 of you and hear your point of view, they go, oh, that stuff Rep. Winter is bringing up, these are the concerns of his community, because that building is politics, and it's unfortunate. There's a lot of politics in that building where voices don't get heard. But that's where we need you all to really step in and testify and help on this stuff.
Is there anything in the agenda up there for military? Because we have one clinic right here in La Junta, and it's a little tiny one. And then like you have PTSD, you have to go all the way to Denver, which is 180 miles.
That's federal, sir.
Also, but is there anything on the state level that can help with the rural communities to get something? Because, like, I know the VFW, the American Legion are all around. We only have one. And the nearest VFW is pretty far, it's over in Ordway, and there's one in Las Animas. But, is anything on the state level to help veterans to do something, just.
We would love to, but like I said, we're $900 million in the hole. There will be no money going out. So it'd be nice to help with those kind of areas.
Yeah.
And it's a tough one. It's like,
I understand, well, in Trinidad, our guys have to drive to Albuquerque. Get services, they can't even go because the way the regions are set up with the Fed. And I have friends that have cancer that have to get treatment in Albuquerque and make a 4-hour drive when they could go to Springs. I think you're gonna see that change nationally though, because I think you're gonna go back to where vets can choose their doctors.
well, they can choose them now.
Oh, they can?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's still,
Well-
to get one going. Here, there's.
It's hard in his county, if it wasn't for, you can only see a doctor about every 2 weeks.
Yeah, regular.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the ones that are suffering are the older ones, the World War II ones that are dying off now. It's like,
That's right, and it's hard for them to get good care. You also brought up public transportation.
red rights.
Well, there's bus staying, but I mean, the taxpayers are subsidizing that at a little over $2.80 a mile. And they'll run from Trinidad to Pueblo, and that bus runs no matter what, and
2 people on it.
sometimes up and back.
Yeah, the bus stops across the street from my house. I get to watch it.
You see it, so you know what I'm talking about. You as priority issues, you as a taxpayer is paying so that empty bus can run. But it goes back to what you originally said. They started running those so they could get to the ski areas. Last year I wrote a pretty scathing letter to the governor. I'm sitting in Denver. We've been dealing with snow out here on the Eastern Plains for 12 days. And all of a sudden they're going to get a snow and ski country. He calls a warming center opening and emergency declaration. And I wrote a letter saying, our people have been fighting this for 12 days, and then the ski country is going to get a little bit of snow, and then you claim it's an emergency. You're right. A lot of it all goes in, like the rail that they're talking about. Trinidad, Huerfano County, Pueblo, they're not going to see that Front Range rail forever. And they want us to subsidize it. And all they've said is we're going to push it east and west. That's where the population is, but once again, we're being left on the outs. We'll get the tail end of anything if we do get it.
You got rail transportation from Lahuna south, Lahuna east. I mean, it used to run to Pueblo and then up to Denver, years ago. Sandford back then, it was Amtrak, prior to Amtrak.
Right.
But I mean, there's still, and if it's not being used, like you said, the bus has got two people, no people, get a smaller bus, you know, don't, I see the big bus that shows up there, and then a lot of people, I don't think are fully aware of schedules.
Yeah, the schedules usually don't fit with what you need.
Or they're
Tough
behind,
use.
the bus broke down, I mean, it's always
Right.
something with buses.
What we've learned is in rural Colorado, unfortunately, you have to do more with less. That's a constant thing. Your sheriff, I will say that you've got a sheriff that he does more with less and he finds a way to do a sheriff mobile. You sat down and talked to him and he gets things done with hardly any money. It's really important that, you know, when it comes to transportation, we have a lot of people encouraging people to use Uber, trying to get people in their community to start Uber and actually Uber people around. I know, believe it or not, there's a Uber Eats in Trinidad now. There's a guy that decided he's making a killing.
We got one dude in Lahana, I think.
Yeah, he's making a killing doing, he quit his job, he's so busy. So, you know, that's one thing we always try to encourage people to do this. I mean, the free market, try to get, you know, encourage people, you know, you want to start a business, why don't you start an Uber service, you know? Because when it comes to, like he said, public transportation dollars, if there's no grant money left, you guys don't have a grant to apply for.
Seeing you approaching, do you have a question? We'll do one.
I'm public. Comment. So I have a question about, infrastructure. So is there any way, how much are we gonna be able to increase infrastructure like for road? Is there anything in plans or? I don't see anything for the next couple of years. Okay, what about like highway use tax? Is there any way in plans that's gonna help us increase the amount of taxes we're bringing in for highway taxes? Actually, I think that declined because of the push for hybrids and electric. It's on the gas up there. That's like, that's something that we depend on a lot is highway use tax. And highway patrol actually took another 5%. They used to just take 20, and take 25 off the cost.
And on top of that, the statistics just came out day before yesterday, and once again, we're in the top 2 states for highest inflation.
So like you just said, just hit on, it might be dropping because there's more non-gasoline combustible engines. They're going. And they're getting a lot better. Charging them more for it. Yeah, I mean, putting up all these charging stations for them, put a user fee on that.
No, sir, we're giving them rebates. Yeah, because we're, you know, this is something that is said all the time, and I'm not trying to ruffle feathers. Oh, you're welcome. Sorry, there was more money, sir. Call the governor's.
There's something that, you know, might get paid.
No,
Trying to help us out.
Yeah. we try, we fight for it. We just, you know.
And actually, there was a bill ran to increase from $25 a year to 75 for electric vehicles. But when you compare apples to apples, miles traveled, the gasoline vehicle still almost double that on contributions to the highway system. So there, it's still far behind.
Yeah, they're using them too.
Mhm. And most time they're heavier, so they're doing more damage to that highway than the gasoline. Yeah. And they're hard on our first responders, our firemen. I talked to our local fire chief 2 weeks ago, and he has to have 4 different kinds of suppressants in case of an electric vehicle. Can't put those up. And
Any other questions coming down this way?
How do you guys feel about this conduit that, you know, we've been talking about the Arch Valley conduit for probably my whole life. And now it's at the door. I know my concern is that, you know, we have water here and that's always been a big thing is water down here in rural Colorado. Are we giving up control if we sign on to this conduit? Do we lose that access if somebody says we don't need it? The government decides to go the other way.
I guess I wouldn't give up the current water rights you have at the site. The number one reason that was put in was to keep drinkable water to the communities along Arkansas. I've been kind of in support of it. It sounds like it's gonna end up costing
users along the river a lot of money. So I don't know in the end if it is a good thing or not, but do not give up your water rights, for sure. Of course, that failed.
We're seeing a decline, like the Ogallala, Commissioner, Freed from Backen County, Walsh used to have 4 wells, are down to 1 right now. The farmers in Kansas are talking about it, so the aquifers are dropping. And like you said, it was to make sure that there was clean drinking water in the valley, but another issue that we're having is private property rights issue. We have tons of people that are upset where it's laid out where it's gonna go. But in the state of Colorado, the Constitution reads, they have the right for eminent domain, especially when it comes to roads and utilities. So that's a fight that a lot of people are having right now, and unfortunately, the cards are stacked against them. But they're looking at the future, and it's more of a drinking water thing.
Yeah, the hard part is that I think we've been paying it since 1960.
Yeah, Kennedy is the one.
So it's before my time and, you know, they should have had enough money in there to build the whole thing and,
That's government. so-
I mean,
They reinforced it somewhat.
yeah.
Recently, I was reading, some woman in, I don't know a proper title, but with the water testing, Region 8, I don't know what region we are. For doing her thing now. Part of this, you were asking about the water, how much it's gonna cost. Now, if we got the Forever Chemicals, now, she's falsifying, or she was falsifying readings and reports at the chemicals. Now, if we have Forever Chemicals in our water, there might be more available from the government, I understand from this, but first of all, are we in Region 8? I don't even know what region we're in. I don't know what region you're in.
We're EPA Region 8.
We are Region 8. So now we have concerns about that, having false readings that were manipulated by her.
We saw that with the CBI as well. DNA testing. I mean, they're having to let people out of prison because
Yeah.
there's faulty DNA tests. It's happening. No, sir, that's a concern. You're right. And the forever chemicals are an issue. They're really having a problem with it. Pharmaceuticals are causing a lot of problems in the water because it's hard to treat pharmaceuticals out of water. But no, and you know, I'm lucky where I live in Trinidad. Our water supply is North Lake, so we get fresh, clean water. But by the time it gets down this way, I mean, it's been through a couple of treatment plants in between here and there. But no, and the forever chemicals are an issue that we're facing, 110%.
Not only that, we get groundwater here from our wells, but yet we had the Army depot that was there with all the munitions and everything, who knows what seeped.
Yeah, 100% correct.
And
100% correct.
this water and sewage cost the small communities a lot of money, because they have to all of a sudden come up to the new standard. My former house district up in northeast Colorado, there's a small community of like 300 people, had to spend like $1.5 million on a new sewage treatment. And you just can't make that up by user fees, so I don't know what the answer is for our small communities. So far, DOLA and some of them have had some grants that have helped out, but pretty soon that money goes up too.
I mean, we're seeing revenue go down in the state. I mean, marijuana tax is almost, I mean, compared to what it was, it's fallen through the floor. I mean, last year when they did a study on growth, the 3 that grew were restaurants, which are jobs coming back from COVID, hospitality. But the number 1 growing entity in the state of Colorado was government. They tie FTEs to everything. There is an FTE to scratch the back of an FTE, to scratch the back of an FTE, to pull out the keyboard for an FTE, to answer the phone for an FTE. I mean, there's so many FTEs in the bill. I mean, the government is employing so many people right now, and that's one fight that we have. I know our JVC members actually asked the state to do a hiring freeze, and they wanted to do a decrease on staff, like I think it was 5%.
So can we start a Colorado Department of Government Efficiency?
Wouldn't that be nice? That's why we're starting to run some of these audits. There's tons of waste. We could sit here and go through, I mean, we've dug out waste that would just blow your mind. And some of the stuff they're spending the money on it, it's insane, and there's no benefit coming to the citizens, especially communities like Rocky Ford.
In the 6 months or 6 years that I've been a legislator, the budget is 50% again what it was when I first came in. It was like 24 million when I first came in. It's almost 40 million or billion this last budget. So it's
And we can get legislation passed. I mean, I've done 18 bills in 2 years. And I mean, from anywhere from energy to healthcare to education, try to, round robust bills, but anything that's really important from here, we get shot down. Anytime we try to grab at a piece of the pie or we try to fight to push something back, that's where we have no dog in the fight. It's because a lot of this legislation has unintended consequences. And we do try to tell that story. And they give you, oh, we feel so bad, and that's as far as it goes, because they don't vote any different when it comes to this stuff.
Questions? Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you coming.
Thank you for inviting.
You know, I really wanted an opportunity, you know, to just hear what's going on. So thank you for sharing on some of those in the upcoming legislative session. And that, you know, just really an opportunity to, you know, meet the council. And for the people to hear from you all, you know, like we've kind of heard about rural Colorado, but we can almost, you know, I feel the same way about Rocky Ford when we look at rural Colorado as far as being left behind and forgotten. So definitely want to, you know, do our part in changing that and making sure that Rocky Ford is heard and everyone knows that they're in the room. So if there are any opportunities for us to come and lend that voice, you know, please, you know, reach out and want everyone to know, and, you know, for all the citizens too, to know that they can also reach out to you all.
Are you a member of CML?
I am, yeah, yep. So, yeah,
They
thank
they have a
you.
good, strong voice there. Yeah.
And they'll give you a list of bills to testify on. Just tell them that you want the legislative docket. Now, we really need y'all's voices. They need to hear straight from you. It's very important.
So
So
I have
just-
business cards. I'll leave with the clerk.
I say, I'll leave you off, you know, one of the couple of notes that I had written down and I heard touched on it, but, you know, I think it's that, you know, capacity for us. So, you know, the funding that is there, we know that there's funding there. But, you know, we don't necessarily have the staff to be able to, you know, write those grants and administer them. So I think the technical assistance and, you know, being able to open that up, and I would even almost say, more intentionally for rural Colorado. I think that's becoming more and more helpful. Stacy and I are going to be on a call tomorrow, you know, taking advantage of some technical assistance, I guess, resources from the state. So, you know, when that comes up, I think that is something that it's not the solution, but it helps us when we're operating with the limited staff, compared to, you know, Winter Park or Boulder or somebody. And then the other one is just, you know, anything around any of the cleanup. I know asbestos and kind of been following that, and we're gonna be going after that as much as we can. We just had a 30,000 square foot building burn out down here in Rocky Ford over this weekend, an abandoned school building. And, you know, we had a construction, our brewer construction burnt down earlier this year. So that's almost becoming an epidemic here in Rocky Ford. And, you know, we're going to be going as much as we can, trying to, you know, find funding on state level and federal level for those cleanups. So, you know, if there's anything you're running or anything that you hear of, you know, those are definitely things, you know, we have some stories.
Definitely trying to help tell the story, so let us know and we'll can to work with you all. And thank you. If there's any other updates, we also do town halls during session via Zoom. So we can always make sure to shoot you the link, and then if you could share it out, then we try to get constituents on to talk about issues. And we could even do one for you all if you want to do a town hall. Just let us know. I mean, I try to be as accessible as I can to any community. So, you know, as much as you'll invite me in, I'll try to help as much as I can. Same with the senator.
Well, thank you both. Anyone else?
So I'll have Thanksgiving. Have a Merry Christmas.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Stop and play darts.
Thanks. Right, we'll move on to our staff reports, and we'll start with city manager staff report.
Hey, before I start my report, I just wanted to, share some news. Chris Sandoval from the Grand Theater called yesterday, and he wanted it to be known that Michelle Grasmick saved the Grand Theater over $358,000 over the past 3 years for overpayment to CCOM. And, CCOM gave that credit back to Grand Theaters.
Can you reread that amount?
$358.
Oh, I think it's 350,000.
That's what I heard too.
Just wanted to share that. Main, the El Cap building, there's had a trial hearing. I think it was this week or last week, and they moved
Last Wednesday.
to January the 22nd. Mayor and I met with our city attorney last week and he said that he would be moving forward on 400 South Main and Liberty School at that time. And then we had the incident with the fire over the weekend. Still do not have an update on 1149 Railroad. Want to report that the asphalt project is done. So we need to be looking at getting the RFP out for the next round. The sidewalk project, I did contact Delegate Concrete and they're 4 to 6 weeks out before they can start on the sidewalk project. So I will touch base with them in January. And again, we had 14 applicants for the sidewalk replacement program and we will be starting inspections to see that all those applications qualify. We already talked about the sewer rate, town hall increase. 701 Sycamore, just to quote there, we did receive award funding for $49,606 to clean up 701 Sycamore. So we'll be out about $11,000, but still that's pretty good on that. And it is a reimbursement, so we will have to pay that out for. Get that. I've already sent in the certificate of liability and just waiting for okay to go ahead and get started. And Mayor said that him and I are meeting with is it DOLA?
I think this one is governor's office, but it would be CDPHE.
So it's a Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Grant, and we'll be looking at the EPA cleanups of their building. I am working on a lease agreement with Sage Services, I guess, a couple of years ago that they had requested that, and I don't think it was ever followed through on. And I'm also working on lease agreement for Jack Barker on the rental house at the water treatment plant. It's not on the report, but I today set up 3-day training next week with Cloud Commit, hour and a half each day, and then we'll be ready to roll that out. So we're pretty close on that. And then the last council meeting, there was just some talk about how, dog tags and stuff. And so I kind of went through ADG and just pulled up some numbers, some of the revenues that the police department has pulled in. Just random, the $285 on tags. It was not broke down, that it's $10 or $25. The court fines collected. Court costs, other fines and all that. And then one other thing, we've been getting a lot of calls this week, into last week too. Concerned citizens about the trash service and how they didn't get picked up due to the storm. Many are requesting adjustments on their utility bills, which it's just not possible, but just, wanted it to, they understand that, they have to pay utility bills on time and they're paying for services that they're not receiving. So I did say that I would just make that statement. We are sorry that what happened, but it's just the amount of snow that we got, it was just things beyond our.
But it's not just the snow, but all the cleanup with the branches they've been busy with. I mean, they've been overwhelmed with all the cleanup.
And still picking up branches.
Still picking up.
Yeah. They are burning the branches, several times.
They just had to deliver them deliberately.
When do you see the foreseen, boots on the ground for Sycamore, 701 Sycamore for the cleanup action?
Just as soon as we get the okay, that we can start the project. When I initially talked to them, they thought around January, so.
First of the year.
Any other questions on city manager report? Works Director, Rick Long.
Cody's gonna speak. Rick was actually on vacation or is on vacation when.
Would you take grant, right? He's quite really. I think that's.
Alright, so we're looking at, well, I think that'd be, if we're talking loader and the dump truck. Right, yeah, so I've got, I don't know, there's 4 here, everything that we've done, maintenance wise on, what we've had. We're looking at There's 3 or 4 different loaders here we're looking at. There's 4 or 5 dump trucks we're looking at, and basically, I mean, all we got right now is backhoe. And, pretty hard to clean anything up with that. Can't move as much. That goes down, and you got nothing. We just have, the water pump just went out on it, and luckily it ended up just being the bearing in it. We had to get that fixed or get nothing.
That was on the loader.
No, that was on the backhoe.
Back up.
You know, that's when we were doing all those tree branches, everything, so I mean. Yeah, we need something.
So, and you can kind of speak to that, the loader needs like an $11,000 repair. that
I think it was
decided to
11 or
not.
12, yeah, and I mean, that thing's, it's a 04, 02, something like that, it's. Couldn't tell you how many hours on it, the hour gauge quit. Yeah. That's what they told us, but we could throw it in there, they don't know if it's gonna fix it, but what's it worth? Well, I mean, even when it was running, it's not worth, I don't think putting that 12 grand into it was even worth it. It's old, I mean, it's past its life. We're looking here, like I said, we're looking at these, and I think this one here, Rustler's kind of the only one that's really feasible here, and I mean, it's looking at them, yeah, it's newer, it's got more capabilities, it's more powerful, it's a little bit bigger than the one we had. They'd come in for snow removal. I mean, that really hurt us not having the loader for, when the snowstorm came, all we had was plow truck, and that thing going on based on the dump truck, we were looking through these, you look at, there's one that's got everything set up on it. All it needs is the plow for it. All the rest of them, we'd have to pay, get that front end set up. I mean, the one we have is one-wheel drive. I mean, that's the best way to put it. One side spins. I don't know how many times that thing gets stuck. I mean, you stop when you're doing here and you go to these intersections, you have to come to a stop. Sometimes you can't even get it going again. You gotta bring the backhoe out, bring, loader or whatever we have, push it, get it going. I mean, that thing gets stuck on highway, people coming down. I mean, and, we maintenance, like I said, we've got stuff here, we've got, dailies on the stuff we do. It's, nothing lasts forever.
What are we hauling dirt in now?
I don't even know what year that thing is. To tell you the truth. It's
That
an old,
green dump truck.
it's an old Ford
my
something, and
Yeah.
that needs work done. The bed's starting to tear. Where the hydraulic sits underneath when you lift up, it's starting to tear.
And we have a smaller truck that's a little dump truck?
Nope.
No?
No, we got a little trailer.
We have the dump on the pickup.
The dump on the pickup.
On cemetery. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. I don't know. We don't.
I don't know who threw that.
Which one are we-
Is that?
Carrying the spreader?
Cemetery?
What truck were we carrying the spreader on?
That's the
old one?
plow truck, the one that's, yeah, I think that's like a 92. That thing. Yeah.
I have a question for you, and Kristen, I'm not trying to point fingers or blame or anything, but
I didn't do it.
we're always, the council's always asked to purchase these and everything because we need it, the city needs it. Question I've asked Rick, he said I can go over anytime and look at stuff. I don't really want to go there. I mean, it'd be nice, if you guys, when you present it with these, if you can bring, what I would like to see is on all the equipment, vehicles, everything that the city has now, logbooks,
We have
You know, the
three
word-
up there. I think they must still be over there. I thought they
it's
brought
just,
up,
just
but
the everyday logs, your
Yeah.
pre-trips, your post-trips for your CDL, that's all required, and then just regular, any from the white city vehicles, the police vehicles, emergency, the fire department, all that, just, have logs, I mean, that's preventative maintenance in a way.
yeah,
On a lot of
we
these-
do them. Every time a guy's supposed to take them up, they're supposed to do it. It don't matter if you jumped on it and then the next person that takes it, they
Maybe
have to
2 or
do
3
it.
a day.
Yes.
Maybe 2 or 3
And we
times a
have it,
day.
and don't, yeah, guys, you get in a rush, you get, sometimes they get left with vehicles, sometimes they get, so I mean, we could be better about that. Keep them, making sure they get turned in, but we have a stack over there. I mean, we pulled it all and I just forgot
Well,
to
you're
grab it.
required CDL, I think 6 months to keep. But
Yeah,
other stuff is kind of just.
Our, yeah, we have stuff from last year. We have, I think even the year before that, we have all that stuff. We do them. You know, I mean, if stuff, like I said, stuff does break. I mean, you can't.
Yeah.
It's just like tobacco. I mean, spent all day out there. They were doing that. Coming back into the yard, somewhere from there, back to the yard, that's when that bearing went out. I mean, we need something. I mean,
Well, a lot of times your inspections, your daily inspections, and like I said, you have 3 drivers a day, should be at least 3
Yeah.
inspections done. Each driver does his own, you know, pre and post.
yeah, 'cause
And,
Yeah,
that's
we
how you
have
find some stuff before it does happen.
yeah, no, yeah, no, we do, and that's, I said, we do have them, they're over at the shop right now, and we forgot to grab them.
And then now they're saying we have a mechanic city.
Yep.
That can work on stuff, not full blown, but still to, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's done, he's been doing a good job, he's doing the oil changes, right now, he's going through the Mini X, he went through I don't know if he's went through the back one yet or not, but, not yet. So, I mean, he's went through every one of our trucks. So, I mean, he's going through the stuff as quick as he can, you know, basically, yeah, I mean, we need.
It's just, as a citizen, I mean, out and about during the day, I see things, you know, that aren't right. You know, that should be repaired, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, asking a city employee to use something that's not safe or
get it.
or shouldn't even be asked to do that. So, that's just my
I mean, and
concern,
part
is,
of
you know, can we, instead of just waiting till it breaks and then say, let's replace it?
Oh, one part of it too is, I mean, budget. And you can only spend, what we got and,
Budget doesn't come over safety.
well, I mean, but if we get, we can't spend it and cause we don't have it. And I mean, I don't know what to do, I mean.
Is this
It's-
Kubota, this one?
So, yeah, so the one that says Rustler on it is the exact same as that right there, just they're different.
It's just as big.
It's one from Rutland, the one from, I don't know where that one's from.
Well, then I got a question on that, because, so you have the one that's not from Rustler, and it's saying it has 2,000 hours on it, which that's a
Brand new.
pretty new machine, in my opinion. Then you go to this Rustler that says it's got 20,000 hours. That's pushing it into hours life, isn't it?
No,
That's quite a bit out.
no, that's not a lot.
Well, when I-
Equipment and hours, it's different. I mean, seriously, it's no different than you see a semi out there with, 1.5 million miles.
Well, yeah, you're.
And
gonna
you're
see a
still,
million
you're
miles
still,
on a truck, But
but I'm just saying, they don't even go off the 1.5 million miles. They go based off, on diesels, they go based off hours. And that is not, that's not bad at all. I guarantee, Nick, that loader that we had, or have, I shouldn't say had, but we have, I bet you that thing's 60, 70, there's probably maybe 80,000 hours on that thing,
Oh, and I just,
you know?
I'm not a diesel guy, so I had just Googled it and they said, hey, look, that's pushing it. According to Google, like I said, I don't know, they were saying 17,000 hours is a good out of age, needs to be retired machine, so.
To me, it's not. I mean,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, to me, that's someone wanting you to spend more.
And
Well, I mean, our age-old question here. Mr. Moneyman, Kyle, do we have the money to buy these things for them? Do we need to finance them?
No, we don't need to finance. We actually have money left over in the capital improvements account this year. That we could, in fact, we have about I think this is 84,000. I think we've got a $93,000 worth of money that we didn't use. That's how I would recommend it. Use it. Strict for free cleanups and those 2 trucks, and it's not gonna impact our general fund or our enterprise.
So which dump truck are you recommending? I know you're recommending the loader from Rustler.
Honestly, the one that they have here, it's at Justin's, it's got everything on it already.
So what is,
The one-
I don't know that
it-
that's what Justin's
The
asking.
one that doesn't have anything, it's just,
Yeah.
but it's already got
The
it
orange one?
set up, all we
Yeah.
gotta do is put a plow on it.
yeah, I like that.
25,000.
He's asking 25 for
And,
that.
cause if not, you look at these other ones right here, let's just say this 1998 Peterbilt, you got 60,000 there for 500,000 miles, which not bad. But now you're gonna have to spend the money to put the mount on it, which is gonna be another, what, 30? maybe, and then that's not including the plow.
What
I
year is
mean-
this other one?
I'm not 100%.
You see, there's no information on all of that versus these have information. This is just. a
You know the
picture.
year on it? Lupo? On that one at Justin, you know the year?
The 99.
Nice.
Says.
I'm not 100%.
The label on the picture says 1999 International Dump Truck just.
There you go.
Yeah, so it's
I don't know,
a 1999 International and it has 114,000 miles.
which, yeah,
And
which
he's
is nothing.
asking
With
25.
25, yeah, and then like I said, so I mean,
So
What's a plow gonna cost? Cause it's got the attachment already there. So we.
so
need to pay,
apparently
Right?
the plow's sitting that moves.
Really?
But I think it's for this, or it's the one
Yeah.
that came off the truck.
Oh.
So I mean, yeah, we do have to buy that.
But I mean, it shouldn't be, but.
Well, I don't know, it is, I mean. But
So 25 for that and
let's just say
how
another,
much is the
you know,
loader at?
10 for the
Yeah.
plow. I mean, and then you're looking, 60. What's the other one?
Ish.
You got a 35, that
85,
one's a 99.
85,
So
90.
there's even a little bit of a cushion there for them to, if we had to spend it, when we need to spend that little bit more money for the
Well, I
plow.
would recommend we spend as little as possible, yeah, but it was my understanding that
This-
the dump truck is ready to go.
This truck's an old CDOT truck is what it. I
It
mean,
looks like it.
So I mean, that's what I'm saying, everything's set up for.
Yeah, everything's on it.
And when we started talking about this after the old loader, we decided we weren't gonna fix this, so we talked to Rick about it. And I, asked him, all right, go out and see what's out here, and let's see if we can't figure out a way to make this happen. And he went out and Rustler gave him a presentation on that loader there. That it's solid and to be, and Justin's trade for a truck, dump truck, was going to be sold for more money, but he's kind of giving us a discount for the city. He's already got another buyer interested, but we told him to give us a week or so and we'll see what happens. But the fact remains that if this snowstorm that's gonna be hitting at 2 o'clock this morning was another one, what we just had, we're dead.
Yeah, we don't have no way to clean it up.
We're still recovering.
So, and I'm not trying to use a scare tactic on it, it's just the reality of it. And for what it's worth, I trust Rick to be able to at least be truthful that this is solid equipment that we're buying and we're getting our money.
I mean,
yeah, so I'll ask you, Cody, do you all, I guess you probably talked with Rick on this. And for clarification for me, is this gonna be a water sewer?
I think, well, so the dump truck's gonna be, yeah, I mean, you can use it water sewer, it's gonna be used for streets, it's gonna be used for cleanups, it's gonna, I mean, everything, the same as the loader. Loaders, it's everything.
And so it's coming out, which capital improvement?
I think the only
will it
thing
be?
that you
It's our
track,
1%
right?
sales tax for roads and sidewalks and stuff like that. That's the money that I'm talking about that we can use without impacting the budgets of, in fact, if you guys notice in the capital improvement fund for 2025, I've got this $84,000 in there, which I was gonna bring up tonight. If we've got the money now in 2024 as an excess, because we didn't spend it on roads this year, I think that's a smart investment.
Is that already taking into account the sidewalk funds that we have to pay out?
Well, we haven't done any of that in 2024. That's not gonna impact our.
Yeah, that'll all be
2024 budget.
25.
That's in 2025.
Those projects will all fall into 25.
Does that money, should that money roll over since we've already allocated it to those
Yeah,
things?
it rolls over, so that's it.
Or we roll it with the
Sources
general.
that we typically have about $460,000 a year.
Since we've already allocated it to go to
in
the sidewalk. should
one
we
percent
roll
sales
over
tax
and
from our
put
tax
that
base.
one
That's sales tax.
It's a,
So that's the source of our, of these funds. And it's earmarked, just like our sewer projects, that it can go to projects for roads, sewers, equipment for roads, salaries, and such as that. It's somewhat limited what we can use it for, but this would definitely fall under what we could use that 1% sales tax for.
so it would, on that one, it would be a trade-off of doing more streets, or getting this equipment.
Well, then how can we kind of have to consider that we can't do a whole lot with streets or even repair anything else if we don't have
Agreed.
usable equipment. I mean, if our loader's toast, we ain't got no choice there.
So I'm gonna, ask another question. So, yeah, you've kind of all looked at this one and you'll say that on the dump truck, the one from Justin's is the best value?
I mean, honestly, it is because like I said, it's everything's there, the miles. I mean,
99
but with the
international.
miles on it. I
One
mean,
14 mile.
So 114,000 miles.
Can he produce, logbooks?
we do on everything.
If he
We
can
have,
produce logbooks, we'll just look
Justin.
at-
oh, can Justin? Oh, I don't know. That'd have to be a question. we'd
He
have to
owns the
ask.
truck, he's required to keep it for CDL, it's a CDL thing, and we look at logs to see what's been going on as far as that vehicle.
We'd have to ask him. I can't give you that answer without talking to him, so.
Alright, so my follow-up on the 1999 Freightliner M915 is one of our comparables. Do you have the miles on that? That's the one down over at the Rancher Supply in Lamar.
I don't.
Okay, so I called over there to Rancher Supply. Looks like it's 22,903 miles on that, so just kind of for a comparable. The 99 Freightliner. So we got a 22,000 miles for 35,000 over there in Lamar. And then we're looking at a 1999 with 114,000 miles with Justin's paving.
The difference that I see is that the one from Justin's already has all the equipment on it shy of that blade. So if we have to put all of that onto that other one, it's better mileage wise. But are we gonna be spending 30,000-40,000 extra? Cause just that mount on front for that blade is probably what, 25,000-30,000?
Could be,
I mean, some of this stuff's pretty pricey. And CDOT, they have,
oh, not just that, you're gonna have to get all the controls put into it,
yeah,
everything. So, yeah, I mean, you could be looking 30, 40, it just depends.
that's the good thing about buying the old CDOT trucks is they're already decked out with everything they're gonna need. And they,
So just looking at value, do we want to consider a vehicle with 114,000 miles over one with 22,000?
It'd be interesting because in 6 years that I've lived here, we've had one snowstorm when we actually needed a big truck for the plow, and that was this one that we just had. The other ones were pretty small except for the hill that goes up to the school. And we could do that with the small plow.
Well, the other thing would have, like these right here, hold more. With the double X, so that one we have is just a single.
No, but I mean.
You know, no, I know, but I'm talking even just when we have main breaks and stuff, to dump everything into, you gotta make, 2, sometimes 3
Yeah.
trips.
Yeah, but
Where this is,
that was
gonna
comparing
cut
just-
that,
Let's comparing these two,
yeah,
the one from CDOT compared to the one that's in Lamar. Do we really need the plow and all that stuff on this one? Or do we just need it as a dump truck?
well, that plow and that one's almost done, I mean, we gotta. It's,
Yeah.
one thing about that one, it doesn't have a float on it. So it chews up everything, where this one will have that float mount on it. So, it's gonna go with the road instead of taking the road with it.
yeah.
That's the big thing. You're not tearing up manholes, you're not tearing up valve covers.
What do we have for a plow now?
I don't even know what year, I think it's like a 92, it's literally like one-wheel drive truck. I don't even know how many miles or hours are on it, but
We have the one that carries the,
it's the spreader, yeah.
The spreader.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. It's got the plow on it, and that plow is, didn't they have to like make that plow fit that truck somehow? Yeah,
Probably welded off.
so I mean, it didn't even go for that. It was none of that was
Other than the plow, what other attachments are on this one versus the other?
on. So just,
Just the
honestly,
plow?
every, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else he had, if he has the spreader for it or not, I don't know. I don't know that part.
I don't think 100,000 bothers me on a diesel. I don't think that's an issue for me. I think that considering the costs with what's on the truck and we should look into seeing what else is on the truck, of course. But like I said, them CDOT trucks are maintained. They have all the bells and whistles usually.
How long has it been since CDOT opened?
Not too long, considering it's still that bright orange.
It's got a new owner now. You know, fish.
Well, and that's, that's, like I said, we need to look at things, so,
I've been telling you, the truth, when we went and looked,
see if we can get logs.
when looking at it, the whole inside of that thing was, I mean, clean. It was, he took care of it. I mean, the inside, I mean, for whatever he used it for, I mean, it was clean inside. It was, I mean, even whether he just cleaned it up or not, I mean, it was clean.
Oh, it's just, they're both same year, but you're talking 5 times the mileage on one versus the other.
I mean, ultimately, you guys are gonna have to be using it, so it's kind of gonna fall on you, because if it ends up like it doesn't work a year from now, we can't replace them every year.
I don't know, to
So-
me, it just makes sense getting something that already has everything on it.
I'm
You know,
kind
I
of
mean,
inclined.
I'm
to
not
agree
saying
with
just
you
because it's here local or whatever, I mean, it just, everything's there except for the plow.
Yeah, I'm inclined to
Well, that's
take
what
your
I'm saying.
recommendation.
You're saying
but-
everything but the plow. What does the other truck have?
Which other truck on,
This, the other 99, the one renters supply out of the barn.
it's just the truck.
Just the truck.
Yeah,
So
there's no
what are all the
mount
other
or-
bells and whistles on this truck? Other than
With,
the
with the
plow?
plow, with all the electronics, everything that's
Other
on
than
it
the plow,
already.
What are the other bells and whistles?
That's what I'm talking
So
about. the
that's
bells
the
and
only
whistles.
thing
Yeah,
there
I
is.
mean, it's got everything there ready for the plow to be mounted and go.
Well, and
your
ability to get attachments for it may be a little bit easier, considering it's the common. CDOT, so when CDOT goes through and they have their annual move out
Yeah.
and bring in new stuff like they do every 5 years or whatever, it may be easier to pick up attachments like a spreader or whatever they would use. I don't know, I mean, does it have the lights mounted on top? Yeah, the orange one does, all the lights are there, the lights are on the top, right? It's got all this extra. Cover to the bed.
Yep,
Twice
there's a
twice.
cover on there.
We're just letting them. Talk about the toys.
But the other truck from Ranchers, I mean, it doesn't have a plow, it doesn't have the attachments, so basically, it does have a PTO, it does have hydraulics.
Yep.
So all you're gonna do is attach a plow and hook the existing hydraulics to that.
Wouldn't know how to do that, so I wouldn't know.
Well, I wouldn't know how to do it,
No,
but
I-
I'm saying that's
Yeah.
really all it's gonna be,
But,
right?
yeah, and then, I mean, whatever the cost.
So yeah, we're talking about this one a lot on the plow side, and I think when it's presented as a dump truck. So are we
But
using that
It'll be used, I mean,
primarily outside of snow response season?
I mean, I'd rather have 2 plow trucks than one. That's why, that's where I'm kind of like pushing towards, plow is, I mean, I know, we don't get a snowstorm like we did like, every time, but we're gonna be able to cover how much more ground, how much faster.
It's one of those rather have it, not need it, than need it, not have it.
Well, but even when we get smaller amounts of snow, citizens always ask where our plow truck is and why we're not doing it and stuff. So if we have the capability and we have the resources, we can better serve the citizens.
We can cover, you do one half with one truck and one half with the other. I mean, you're hitting everything at the same time.
But I would ask, man, how much will it cost to hook up a plow for one other truck that doesn't have it?
Yeah,
That's,
yeah. Yeah, cause I mean, you're probably most of these.
What size of truck is the one that Public Works Director has? Anybody know?
Is that?
It's a single axle,
is it
or which
35?
one you talk about the?
Our new
Is it a
Sierra.
1 ton or is
I
it
said
3/4?
1500.
Oh, it is just 1,500.
So what do we have the Dodge 2500?
We have a
plow
Dodge
attachment?
25 with plow attachment, yeah, but the blade's just a little bit bigger than this, table. It's not,
This
it's not meant to sit here and just keep plowing streets. That blade is meant for just, parking lots. It's not meant for.
So I'm looking at if we're talking about a, $30,000 difference on adding this plow attachment, would it make sense to get another 3/4 full ton truck with the plow that can be used the other 9 months outside of snow response? And, this one, the dump truck is gonna be used primarily, for the most part for a dump truck. And then, it does have some applicable use as a plow during snow season. But when we're kind of looking as far as that being a factor of having to spend 30,000+ to add a plow onto this dump truck. That could be maybe another truck with a plow attachment that has more utility.
And then we have three. And we have the ability to do more.
So right now on our storm response list, we have the international dump truck, so that one's out of commission. 92 international dump truck with manually delivered adjustable plow and sand spreader.
Yep.
We don't have that.
No, we have it. It's here. But
Was that one used in our last snow?
yeah,
Okay.
That's when puking.
yeah, well, that's what I was saying. I mean, that's where you get, it's one wheel drive and I mean, constantly, it's just, you're pushing snow, one wheel drive, that tire's just spinning, you're. Yeah, I mean, it just for that transmission, that's all it is. And there's more snow than it was able to handle.
A lot of trucks couldn't handle it. Other than that, because of the weight.
I know, I saw my
Yeah,
personal.
a lot of people struggled with this. Unless you had power, this was not a nice storm to any plow.
Is this an action item right now?
It's on the agenda
but
later on.
Not right at this.
Basically, guys, I'm just,
That's about it.
I'm looking at this as for the citizens, not really just us. It's basically to make it better. And that's all we're all trying to do is just make it better and
So just point blank, what are your recommendations?
honestly, I mean, the old CDOT truck, I really do. I mean, it's got everything there.
And on the loader?
The loader, that one, I've seen that one over there. I've been by it. I didn't go through the whole thing like Rick did.
The
but I
less
mean,
expensive one?
it's-
One at
the
Rustler.
Yeah, the one at Rustler. Yeah.
That's the
I mean,
99.
It didn't look like somebody just took it out and just beat it to
Yeah,
head.
that one's the.
I mean, yeah, it has its scratches, but on anything you,
Oh, we're gonna put
Yeah.
scratches
Cell
on
sheet.
it.
Hope not.
I mean, those are my two. It's just.
Those are the cheapest options.
Yeah, well, and not just going cheap too, is I'm looking to keep that money here in this town too.
Yeah.
It comes
Well,
back.
that's
It
the
allows
thing
us
is that-
to invest in other items as well.
What'd you say Justin wanted for that, 25?
Yeah, and then
So
I'm
it's
guessing,
10 cheaper than that Freightliner.
And I'm
it's
guessing
got the
maybe-
attachment.
I mean, I don't know what to say for moves, because that's where I was told the
$114,000
plow's
versus
at.
the 20,
for this
so
It's
truck.
gonna hit $1 million.
Let's just say another 10 grand for the
as
plow
long
and
as
just,
it's
I'm
maintained, they really do.
guessing,
Yeah, you're gonna match right up in there.
you're gonna be about the same price as what.
And even if we only use the plow once every, year or so, we're still using the dump truck. It's still a little bit cheaper. Like I said, I don't think 100,000 mile plow is gonna diesel. They're gonna run $1 million. Just put it in the news. Well, that was ours. I don't have any miles on that.
I'll ask, are there any other questions Cody can help with?
Buy the loader, can I go for a ride?
It'd be, answer for me, it'd be, how much will it cost to? Fit a plow. One that's not currently set up for it. And then how much would a plow cost to put on this one? You already see there's.
Find that out.
I could put a plow on my truck, like 1,500.
How much would the plow cost for?
For about $8 grand.
Yep, that's a lot smaller.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly.
So.
You
bigger
know, I'm
one's
at,
gonna
I'm at
be
8
more.
grand on a 1,500. That truck can't push anything. We twisted frame with that storm we just had.
Honestly, I'm guessing anywhere, it's gonna cost anywhere to put one on there, just guessing,
Saying
not
5.
out knowing. Is that what you looked? Is that what you just found or what?
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say, anywhere from 30 to 40 is what I was
Especially with the
guessing.
electronics that are on.
For the
top
one
of
that
it.
has nothing?
What was it? Kuko said it would cost 50,000 to put a plow on? Okay.
For the electronics and all.
And
the
how much
things
would
to
just
make
the
it
plow be to?
Yeah, could just the
Like,
electronics.
attach to this?
We can ask Moods, we can call them tomorrow, and we can find that out quick.
I bet you Moose has a bunch of stuff that would fit on that old C-Dot truck sitting there already.
I'd be surprised how many people buy these,
Oh, yeah.
and then.
Did you contact CDOT?
Yep. No, I talked to.
Good.
Exactly what I got told. That's exactly what the guy that does the regional here that I know. I talked to him and he said the same thing. Gotta go on the auction. And we would get first pick just because, and I
Did he
think
say
they,
they had, was he aware of anything available?
I called the auction, I went on and. County maybe put stuff in for next year, I guess. So there might be some stuff next year when they all get.
CDOT just
That's
got
county, how
there
about state?
this year, so it's probably gonna be a while before.
See, yeah.
CDOT's not that long, so. Yeah, no, and so, yeah, it'll be probably a little while before you see CDOT stuff, because they just had their auction. So,
Final question is what's gonna happen, what would happen with the old loader and the old dump truck?
I don't know about the loader, but, I mean, it's,
Our intent is to sell them.
yeah,
Not-
I mean, this.
Not the dump truck, but the load, because we can't fix the load.
Cause if we can, I mean, that'll help too, is like I said, if we can get that fixed, I mean, little storms, yeah, we can use it. Still have, like I said, another plow truck there, plus if we need the dump truck. I mean,
So
we have
The
that other
loader,
one,
the loader could be sold.
Not gonna bring in.
no.
It just, we don't need another piece of equipment that somebody's thinking that they're gonna repair someday.
Yeah, we either sell off what we're not.
Oh, absolutely. We have way too many things that we're holding on to.
And I'm saying that.
Cause I think honestly, I think we were talking about doing that, the old trash truck and everything all at once with.
I never.
I didn't know if you thought,
Stacy and I were.
well, we're talking the old
Are you
trash
afraid?
truck that's sitting down at the yard.
Any other
Beside town or
questions?
Whatever, beside town.
Now, the
No, I'm-
notebook you presently have, you say you can fix it up and use it for other things. No.
Yeah,
We're not.
I mean, I don't know what it's gonna
spending
cost.
A lot of money to fix it up, I mean, spending more than what it's worth.
I don't know.
I
We
think
wouldn't know
so.
until somebody looks at it, cause who knows what's wrong with that transmission? I mean, it could have just been a seal that popped. I mean, you never know. Housing could have cracked. I mean,
Better off selling it.
I couldn't give you that answer without, seeing numbers.
Is it even worth
Exactly, that's
selling?
what I'm
Yeah.
seeing numbers.
Yeah,
Oh, not
without
the
seeing
problem.
numbers to see what it would cost to fix that. I don't,
Do it every 2 hours.
there's not very many miles on that truck.
Any other questions Cody
hours
can
even.
help with? All right, Cody, you're good. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Cordy. Appreciate it very much.
Okay. So we will move on to the item number 12 is our public hearing on the budget. So the notice of public hearing was posted. We have public hearing set for tonight. November 26th, 7 PM. So kind of what we'll do is open the floor if anyone, kind of start out here, if anyone would like to, enter public comment on the proposed 2025 budget.
Or make donation.
All right, so I'll start around this way. Start with Larry, if you have any comments, feedback there.
I think the budget looks good right now.
The budget. Oh,
So Robert has a few questions already.
The questions the
same
money,
ones.
the money we're spending on the leasing
Copier.
copiers, money there, does that money, I mean, do we actually have to be better off buying? The overtime, is another one.
Your answer, those as best as I can.
I know on the copiers, it comes up every year. It's come up for every year that we've done a budget, the copiers come up, but we've always had the same answer, right? Because they're leased. Everybody always concerned because they're leased and we have too many.
Well, and right now we're under contract on it till the end of this year. I think we're back up in 2025. If it's not in 2025, it's coming up soon enough, but once you're in that lease, you're in it.
And I know last time we proposed, well, we didn't propose, but we talked about having just a copier here in the city building. But then the people from the library would have to come over here and make copies, and then the people from Public Works and everybody else would have to come here to make copies. So we said it was an,
We wouldn't necessarily need to just have one copier. This one's under a lease, so we're leasing the equipment plus the service. And I don't know if they're
The maintenance
providing us
costs, right?
with toner and all that. They
They are.
should. So it's, kind of a all-in-one service for printing. I think kind of with you there, this is one that sticks out to me every time. And I really don't think, one, I don't think that we're using it as to the capacity of what our lease is set on. And then two, if we are, I think that's something that could be looked at as far as, changing reducing the use of paper in the daily processes. But we are getting to the end, we are in contract, that contract could be bought out. And is that, have we looked at, I know I had asked about getting like our print quantities and, assessing if we were basically using what we're paying for.
Yeah, well, they charge us by the copy on this thing, plus in the maintenance contract. And so color copies, I think, cost us 25 cents. The black and whites are like a penny or two. They're pretty cheap. But as far as an analysis of the cost analysis, I haven't done that, just to be honest with you. Oh,
So our
And
lease,
not-
our lease is set up as a per print lease, or do we receive an X amount of black and white and color copies and then pay a per after we hit that? Because that's mostly the vendors that
I
I
can say that
see,
that sounds like a more standard
That's-
contract.
kind of how it works.
It
And that's
probably
what I'm
is.
saying. I don't think that we're hitting those. And
And if
if
we're
we are, then that's also another thing to look at.
another discussion, yeah. But again, I mean, until we fulfilled the contract, we're in it. And that's one reason I haven't given it a lot of thought, because there's really not much I could do with it without breaking the contract.
We probably should just pull up that lease, take a look at it, figure out what.
Well, it's not that simple, because it's a folder full of all different leases for each machine and stuff under all the same contract. It's very convoluted. I've looked at it and I'm just like, I can't make heads or tails of this. And, it's involved. So,
But if we were just to purchase a couple, three, whatever copiers, be enough to cover the whole city departments. Once you purchase them, all you're buying is ink, your toner and your paper.
Well,
There's no fees.
They're expensive.
well,
Other than maintenance.
yeah,
Service.
until they break.
Yeah.
And then,
It's 10,000 a month, though. We can replace them.
well,
every 2
especially
months.
in some of those departments have kind of gone that way already. I know the fire department has a few of their own printers and they don't really want to be part of it, but printers, you can get one at Walmart,
They're
uh-huh.
disposable.
right? And if we roll them over, I'm not, again, I think we should look at all that, but I think we need to fulfill our contract.
It's
first.
the contract's ending.
We'll have to find out when it is.
Yeah.
We can get a hold of Barrett and find out exactly when that lease is up, because they bought out our previous contract with Gobens. I think it was like $4,800, so there's gonna be a hefty penalty if we try to get out of it after they shelled up that kind of money to get our business.
And when does this lease expire?
Don't know. Yeah, that's the one thing that we need to find out when this is over. And we're gonna talk to Barrett. We'll get with Barrett on that and find out. He's our representative.
As much as possible.
We are.
Yeah, we don't want it to end. Of course, once it's ended, we do like a month to month like anything else, but once it's ended, we'll take a good hard look at it at that time.
The other question he had was overtime. Where do we see the overtime being used?
I'm glad you brought that up, because the last time that we spoke, I told you guys that I would go and I would take a hard look at that. I have. Our overtime bucket consists of not just overtime. It consists of holiday paid work. So hypothetically, if someone was in the police department had to work the holiday, they get time and a half for that. But it's not something that was ever been budgeted or ever recognized. And that's the reason that our budgets on the overtime are skewed. It's because it's not just that. There's also 2 or 3 other things that all go under that bucket that make up what's in that line item for overtime, when in actuality, it's about 4 or 5 things. Police call outs, if someone's at home and gets called out, time and a half. someone's for the ambulance, gets called out, it's time and a half. Same with the fire department, you know, those things. The, we're never budgeted, you know, so every holiday, you know, there's gotta be someone in the dispatch center, someone's gotta be at the fire department, someone's gotta be at the police department, but they were never budgeted. And that's why those numbers are so skewed, and if you guys hadn't brought it up, we would never known that.
So we need to do line items then for that other stuff?
We're gonna work on 2025 to get it done. And in the meantime, in the budget, I raised, if you notice, in the EMS accounts, uh, approximately $27,000 under that line item as it is now. We're gonna break it out and get it so it's itemized and we can do a better job of budgeting for 2026. But there's just no time to do that now. So.
Right, it just, when I look at the different departments, some departments have zero or very little overtime and other ones got extreme. Now, if it's with the holidays and like you're saying, everything else, within that, all departments, not just one.
No.
No.
No, like finance administration, we don't work the holidays. But fire, they have to have people there that get paid, no matter what they get. Dispatch, same thing, time and a half, no matter what.
Is your paid holidays are just a regular
It's a day off for
day?
me.
Yeah, but you get paid.
And I get
your
paid for
yeah.
it. But these people actually
regular
have,
time.
and,
It's not
and,
extra.
and it's 24 hours of that day. It's, you know, 2 shifts at dispatch, 2 separate shifts of 2. And all those other, it's EMS. And if you notice, that was where all that was. When I brought it up, I said, the fire department and the ambulance and all these things, I can't make heads or tails of it. It doesn't make sense, you know? They've got more overtime than they've got regular pay. Well, now it makes sense.
So can you figure, have you seen, or when you dig down deeper, how much actually was overtime?
I did, but I didn't put a number to it. I know, I mean, I looked at the total number and had to do some quick calculations, and with what little money I had left to play with in the budget, that's where I put that money. With whatever was left over, because I knew we were gonna be higher than what our budget's probably gonna say.
Now, I know it's been, what, 2 years now that we went to 4 day work weeks here on the, it's been 2 years. Has that changed anything at all?
No.
No overtime at all, you know, the overtime and the regular time and all
No,
that stuff?
no, it doesn't affect it.
'Cause I don't think we've had a report since we
Can you
changed it,
tell?
right?
I mean, you said, because you can't tell otherwise on what we're.
On the other
We're
one,
all working 40, I mean. finance-
working the
we
40
work-
hours?
We work 40 hours. It doesn't matter if it's 5 days or 4 days.
has there been any changes for, you know, we're closed on Fridays? So has, you know, have they had to come in and work on Friday at all, or, you know, Monday extra, or?
I know the department heads and exempt people do quite often, but in my department, I don't allow overtime unless it's approved ahead of time.
Okay, yeah, because I know that's what we talked about when we went to the 4-day work week. How's it gonna affect Mondays and Fridays, or, you know, because Monday would
Oh.
be heavy and Friday would be closed.
I think you're probably talking more about productivity and when, you know, the quality of work that we're getting out of our people as compared to the actual
So we
overtime.
haven't had to use no overtime on Thursday and then
No.
again on Monday? No,
No.
nothing?
It's, again, anything in my department and most of the other, it's, again, it's the ambulance, it's the police, it's the dispatch. Those services that are
Have to be
essential,
there.
that have to be there. That's where this all, you know, and call outs to the police when they're at home in bed, or ambulance driver gets called up at 2 o'clock in the morning, has to get up and go. That's what makes all this stuff up. And it was never broken down before. So,
And I know that a lot of the time, the ambulance service used to get, they used to budget out or level off when they'd get calls like veterans call or something else.
Yeah.
Because it all gets paid back in there at
that's
a
correct.
better price for one and the other, so.
Yeah. The nice thing about services like the Wildland Fire and the ambulance is if you're spending money, you're making,
You're making it.
you know, the Wildland Fire Department makes about $1.75 for every dollar that it's
Yeah,
spent.
they're making work spend it.
So most of their overtime should be just,
Well, it goes under deployment. See, they don't have any overtime. If they've got one salaried employee, which is Seth,
Yeah.
everybody else gets called from another department to go
Correct.
on a deployment from the ambulance or somebody else, and that's where their salaries are typically until they're deployed. soon as they're deployed, they go under a deployment.
Yeah.
Cost. And at that point, that gets reimbursed by the state or whoever it is that they're, whatever state it is they're deployed to. Okay? That makes sense?
I had two more.
Robert.
One, Stacy kind of might have answered some of this earlier. The vehicle maintenance repair stuff, and not just vehicles, but equipment, all the different sizes of various equipment that the city owns. City did get a mechanic now to help maybe offset some of that cost, instead of just taking everything to the shop for repairs. So like, so you might have kind of answered that.
So the one thing that I caught from that is, and if you don't mind if I comment on it, is yeah, we have the mechanic, but what about the tools and equipment to work on these things? I mean, to change a pace loader tire is no small feat. I mean, they're,
Well, we don't really need a full-blown certified mechanic for.
no, but you need the
rebuilding.
equipment for him to be able to work with. I mean.
The city
you-
used to have a mechanic and then it went away. I mean, what did they do?
They sold, from what I understand, we sold the lift. This was before I was here, but we had it kind of set up and it ended up not working out for whatever reason. And we ended up selling the lift and everything that was with that.
I remember someone did yell that stuff.
Well, it's, we don't have it anymore. So
If we need a lift, that should be.
I'm just saying that, yeah, it's nice to have, it is nice to have someone on staff now that can do oil changes and to change a tire. But to change a tire, you still have to have that, a tire changing machine. You don't have now you got to spend money on that equipment to allow him to do what he needs to do. That's the only thing I,
We can, a simple, quick running repair of that and then take it in for proper,
well, and
instead of a road service.
I think your concern is valid. I mean, I see that every month that, vehicle and equipment repairs or maintenance, in my opinion, is more than it should be. But I also know that we have an aging inventory of vehicles and equipment. And that the loader and this trailer are a perfect example of that. Now we've down to the point where we don't have anything that in case something happened and we're gonna have to start replacing that. And if you remember with, the GMC Sierra, we're gonna start trying to rotate leases into these years and start replacing the older stuff with the newer stuff. I think that's a solid plan. And I've got that in the budget.
That's all that. My last concern or question would be fuel expense. Now, there's days I see vehicles where people are eating lunch, they're gone for the vehicle unattended, running. Summertime for heat or for coolants, I understand. Winter time for heat, I understand, but if you're out of that vehicle for 30 minutes, I mean, a lot of places is a 5 minute and shut off,
Sure. I've never personally seen that, but I mean, with diesels, in some cases, it's more efficient to leave them running, in cold weather. But that's not most of our vehicles. I mean, that's the one off. I haven't analyzed that, Robert. I don't know. I mean, it seems like our fuel consumption is in line with what we've got for our fleet, but
that, for that part. And then the other concern I have as far as the fuel consumption and maybe maintenance cost also is use of city vehicles, equipment, but I shouldn't say equipment, just vehicles, take home. Now if you're on call and you have to be in emergency, pick up and gotta go, I can maybe see that. If you're not on call, if you're not in town, if you don't live in town, you live out of town, 10 miles, 5 miles from here, those vehicles need to actually be going home. You have the fuel there that the city's, maintenance.
you're asking the finance.
Yeah, it's just a question I have.
That's really up to the department heads and the personal decisions that they make, and that has to be approved by the city. I really don't have any say on that. I know that some people have the ability to take their vehicles home. But I choose my battles, and that's not one of the battles I want to choose. So,
I understand where you're coming, but it's a question I gotta ask.
sure, no, it's rightfully so, but I don't have an answer for you.
Nick?
I only saw a couple things and maybe you can just clear them up for me. So under finance and admin, we have an audit and consultation
Mhm.
that and the budget was 8,920. And then when it shows me my year-to-date to balance, we're looking at 30,000.
Good question.
What happened there? And
Not-
same thing with attorney fees. It was budgeted at 5, and then we're looking at 15.
Another great question. The first one, that money, that cost is for Praise and Associates to do our annual budget. That is split between the finance administration and the 3 enterprise funds, as well as maybe one other fund actually pays into that as well. That hasn't been split out yet. Whenever we get that bill, we pay it from here. And then as a year-end adjustment, we adjust that into those other funds.
Okay.
So that's a great question. Good catch. We just haven't made that done. We haven't done that yet. Same with, there's also another one in finance administration that's kind of the same thing. It's under insurance. You know,
Yeah, your workman's comp is huge.
yeah, workman's comp is, and a couple of other ones, those are all end of year journal entries that have to be made and adjusted into those different funds and split up. The previous finance managers set it up to just go under finance administration, and then and that's how they did, and I haven't changed that. So it could be, but
Could we make that look better next year? I mean, I don't want to ask the same question.
yeah, you're probably, yeah. Anyway, but no, that was a good catch.
So
Yeah.
are the allocations done at the end of the year for those?
When we start going through our audit, the auditors actually make those adjustments based on the year end. We don't close out our year until after we've gone through our audit.
Okay.
Once the audit is completed and we go back as of December 31st and put all the expenditures and revenues that belonged in 2024. Once we've got those books corrected, then we close out our books and we move on. But we don't do any of those, but we do those as we're going through the audit, and that they make those adjustments for us in the audit.
So my question on that is, so how much is our audit annual?
36,000.
So on general fund, we have 30,000, and then in the water, we have 12,400, and then in sewer, we have 9,000. So that's totaling up,
That's me making those in the budget. We're gonna have to do that year-end adjustment in 2025. I'm already accounting for it in the budget. Does that make sense?
no,
Because the
so,
math doesn't add up.
so I'm adding up 51,000 that we have in our budget. So is our audit 51,000?
It should be 36. That's
Okay, So,
probably,
and then general fund, it's 30. Is that right?
are you looking at the proposed budget or are you looking at the expenses?
No, it's wrong. So 30 was the last year.
It should be about
Okay.
$12,000 in the general fund or excuse me, 36,000 divided by 4 should be about what each of the 3 enterprise funds in the general fund should be paid for the audit.
Nope, yep, that confusion on me was looking at, we were talking about looking at the actual.
Yeah.
But looking at the 25 budget, in general fund, we have 18,1. Sewer or water 12,4, sewer 9, that comes up to the 39,5.
That's probably right. Depending on how much work they have to do, that is really, I just ballpark it at 36 because that's what we had last year. But, previous years it was more than that because they had to do more work on it. So it's in that 30 range.
That sounds good.
I don't know if you guys, I mean, obviously you've seen it, but if you want me to go through the different expenditures that have to be approved in it or not, you can read as well as I can. I don't know if you want me to go through that.
Not after looking at numbers before.
Welcome to my life.
I don't know how you do it. I don't.
Like I did say, and this will be the last point, then we can move on to more important things, but the truck and the loader I've got in the 2025 budget. If we approve that budget, then that money is gonna need to be not done in 2024, like I said we could do, but it would go in there, and you're approving those purchases if you approve the budget. So be careful with that. Make sure You know, so you'll have till the 12th to make that decision. That makes sense. Also,
Just to make sure I understand, so you're saying that you budgeted that 84 for the two vehicles we're looking at into 2025 budget. So we don't need to necessarily go ahead and approve buying those vehicles now if we're gonna approve. the
well,
budget.
it's gonna have to come out either this year or out next year. That's what I'm saying.
If we approve the budget, we're
We're
approving
approving those.
the purchase of them in the 2025
Unless I take it
budget,
out before the
or
final
we can
reading.
approve it now and have it come out of the capital improvements.
Then when he
Both
We
said,
need to specify.
But
when we-
no, we've still got till the next meeting. This is our first reading. I'm just letting you guys know that you've got two options. Both of them are from the capital improvements account. It's not gonna matter because that money's gonna roll over. But I wasn't sure we were gonna be able to get this done by the end of 2024. You know, we don't buy vehicles fast, you know. So,
If you say yes, they'll go get it.
so the money's there, whether it's this year or next year. but
Yes, sir.
the Money's there.
yes.
Yeah, it's a matter of thing.
Also in the theater fund, I know that they're going to be approaching you for about a $5,000 request. For the projectionist training. I didn't have that in my budget. So if we decide to do that, then we need to add that to the budget.
My understanding with that, sending the projection is in for the training to learn how to clean, maintain, the projector and everything. The theater's willing to pay for that, right? Theater, so there'll be no cost to the city on that.
Well, well, yeah,
What you really have is certified, so that they won't sell parts. They won't sell parts.
Yeah.
Now, because he's not a certified
gotcha.
person to work on.
And then once they become certified, he can also, train somebody here to do it if he's not around.
Well, to shed a little bit more bright light on this situation is the fact that if Bob Nelson and I came to agreement 2 years ago that if the Grand runs into the red, that the Friends of the Grand will make up that difference so that we're not having to carry a loss in our general fund for the theater. So it's really a moot point, but I knew that they were gonna bring it and I just wanted to let you know I don't have it in the budget. Okay.
We know it's expense to the city though.
No, one way or the other. But so they're gonna make us whole if we're basically fronting the money, but we get it back at the end or into next year.
Questions coming down this way? Cool, Thomas? No, comments, I guess. I got a couple that I'll speak to. So for me, big thing that sticks out is, just looking, of course, all overall budget increasing, so overall spending increasing. When I look at that, I see all of our public safety departments, water and sewer increasing. But then I see pretty much every other department, so finance administration, library, museum, I don't know, pretty much every other department is taking cuts. Public Works is taking a cut. And it's, it looks really, really heavy on some areas, but not others. And I'm sure that it was kind of combed through. But, I say on the Public Works side, that's, I think that's a big one that we probably always get, calls on or concerns on. I think we probably hear more concerns about streets and streets and sidewalks, potholes and things like that. And it's like, we're kind of going the opposite direction as far as where we're putting our funding. I think where we hear more of the problems is, probably where we should see more of the funding being allocated.
Hmm.
That's, that's something that totally sticks out. I know for me, it was kind of looking at what can we do there? I'm not sure. On the PD side, and looking at that, we've increased. If this is approved, we would have increased police department spending by over $500,000 over the last 3 years. So from last year, 855,000. This year, we would be at a little over $1 million, so about $180,000 increase, 18% increase, if you look at it that way. I think we know that we're looking at a lot of higher staffing on police officers and patrol. The other big part inside of the police department is enforcing local law, which is our ordinances. So for me, what I think about is with seeing additional money allocated in the police department, should we also then see a lot of those issues with code enforcement, with our local law, being addressed, or is that going to fix those? That's one of the things that I look at when I look at code enforcement. I don't think there is any line item for dogs. But for sure, when we look at code enforcement, there's $2,500 allocated there. And, like I've said before, I get more calls about code enforcement type of things, our local ordinances and dogs, than I ever have about, murders or robberies or, anything like that.
I prefer it that way. I'd rather deal with dogs than birds.
Right, but also, I mean, when we had, we've probably have the same amount of murders now than when we had 3 officers patrolling. So, if we aren't really facing this high level crime, we have local law that needs to be addressed. So that's something that totally sticks out at me. I know that we received a grant, a little over 300,000. So that's going to go towards some staffing and then some purchases of new vehicles. So that's reflected in there. But yeah, I think a comment on that is, I think we really need to put the money where the people say the problem is, and that's in addressing all of those issues that fall under our local municipal law.
Well, and I agree with you. If you look at the police department, and you're right, that there's the proposed budget of $1,034,375, and you look right underneath there, it says 728,436. What that is that's that JAG grant that is going to pay for some salaries, some equipment, and et cetera, for 2 of our officers. So the net of, I didn't want to skew the numbers, make it look like we got $1 million in this. In reality, it's 728,000, which is again an increase, but it's not as significant as it really kind of looks, because of the fact they went out and got this $305,000 JAG grant. But and to your point, I'm going off historical data, Dwayne, of what we have spent in these line items and trying to forecast what's going to happen. If we start doing more code enforcement, we start doing more dog fit, those type of things, that you'll see that in overages in the budget in those line items, and then you can make those changes. But the averages are $2,500 for the last 4 years. So you kind of, like, until we know that there's going to be a definitive change in that behavior, I couldn't think of any reason to put that in. Does that make sense?
Well, I think what I see is that there's no excuse for not getting these things handled because we budgeted for it. We have the money in the department to handle these things. So if they're not getting handled, that's a situation. We can't sit here and go, we don't have the money. The money's here. We have it. I mean, and this, I'm not trying to pick on our officers by any means, but we have that one line and we talked about this last time. We budget for investigations and then it shows we don't use it. So are we not doing investigations? Are we not? I mean, there's been a lot of things that happen that are, what's our follow through? What's our, I've heard of dogs being picked up, you know, that's one of the things we hear about. And then being released back to people without them paying their fines to pay.
Because the city's not open. But our
But that's, then
investigation,
why are we giving the dog back?
because we can't hold them.
Why not?
We only hold 8 dogs. Have you been in our pound when they
Then
clean up
we
after
need
8
to
dogs?
stop playing this bleeding heart thing with dogs, and I'm gonna get in trouble for this. If your dog's in jail and you can't afford to get it out, your dog gets destroyed, I'm sorry.
It does not get destroyed. We're in a
It
field
should be.
shelter.
Well, then
They
we
go,
should. strip them of the-
they go to Denver.
So we make a bigger problem for another community.
They go to
That's not
Denver.
That's not our community. That's not our tax dollars
Well,
paying that. Our
those-
tax dollars pay here, and we should be dealing with our problems here.
But
And I'm sorry, if we do pick up a lot of dogs, if you're releasing them because you ain't got space, then we need to start doing something.
a lot of dogs go to rescue.
I don't know.
But as far as investigations go.
Right.
The line item for investigations takes care of, not investigations. Okay, we do that. But it takes care of if somebody has to go for a same kit up at the hospital, that pays for that. That was over $800, correct? Okay. If we
Where's-
need
where's
evidence
that?
collection kits, what? What's the same kit?
Today, we're at $328.
Yeah,
We just had one come in.
Yeah, this is as of September, so anything, this, again, I've annualized, I had to start working on the budget in August. You know, I had, at some point or another,
So, yeah, we just had one come in and it was over $800.
in
That's
fact,
what
our
the
budget went all the way down to 1,500 on the proposed budget here. It went all the way down to 1,500 on it, and you're telling me 800 is one case? That doesn't
It's
seem
one,
like,
it's one same kit, which would be a rape kit.
I understand what it is, I'm just.
Yeah,
But
I meant to say that I spoke to Carol and what we think is criminal investigations really isn't criminal investigation. They're things such as this. So
supplies.
Yeah,
and Stuff like that
I
for
don't-
criminal investigation.
I don't know why it was ever labeled like that. It wasn't me. It's just what's been in there and that's, and I did raise it $1,000 as Dwayne had requested the 2,500 from the 1,500 before. So I took that under consideration.
Major investigation, now CBI comes in.
A lot of times they help, they help,
They flip the bill, right? So they have
not for everything. Okay. But they do assist us and they come in to assist. So we don't hand something over and just walk away from it.
The dog issue is one that comes up a lot with citizens. It comes up with me personally a lot. Just, I mean, it's affected everyone in the community. It's ridiculous. And I'm pulling them off I'm pulling them off the middle of the road because they've been hit. What is it that we're not equipping? What is it that we need to do to assist to make this get under control? I mean, I don't know if you have the answer, but you're saying you can only hold 8 dogs. Are we at capacity pretty much all the time?
So, but right now we've got 5 or 4. So we've been running full the last few.
One of the things that we just saw in the city manager report is that we collected about $400 this year on dog fees. So
That'd be
those are
before that right there.
how much are those $50?
At least.
Right,
haven't
I
looked in
think-
a while.
They are 50 if they come to get them out, or they can get a ticket. So if they get a ticket for a loose dog and they don't pay at the city hall, if they get a ticket for a loose dog, then it goes to court.
And it be rolled up in the court cost in that budget item. Some of that money
Can you
there.
explain that? Because I'm not sure I understand. They can
So
get
if
a
they
ticket
ticket for a loose dog. for a
so
dog
that,
that
so
barks.
that they can argue it in court,
can.
basically. Okay, and that's like a legal thing, but we have to do that. We have to give them an option to,
They have the right to do it,
okay.
because I can't hold their dogs for rent.
I swear other towns do that, but I'm not.
I like your term there, but I'm lost because,
But
you know,
the people that'll come get their dogs will come get their dogs because they're part of the family.
I
And
had
they
my
pay-
dog in Los Animas taken because she got off
We
the
paid a
chain.
$50 fee.
And I wasn't allowed to get her back until I
Okay,
had
City
proved
Hall
that I
told me.
paid that, not until I had proved she had her shots. And until I proved that she had her license. If I couldn't prove those three things, she stayed in the pound. I don't understand why
Yeah.
we're losing all this revenue by letting them out. Like he said,
So-
$400, that's the 4 dogs you got sitting over there right now.
And we keep talking about when city hall's open. So I feel like that now that we've dropped city hall's hours down, they're only here 4 days a week. Then maybe we need to figure out a different way to collect those revenues.
It's
when
2024,
city
you can
hall's
pay it
not open.
online. We're
I-
doing our-
yeah,
we're not- I mean, we should be able to take a payment online. Boom, we don't have to have somebody sitting in the office. You can pay your finer fee, or it's 3 days. If you come in and your dog sits there Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday morning, somebody's in this office at what, 7:30? 7? Boom, get your dog out there. Otherwise, we need to stop giving them back. We need to fund our city and stop bleeding. And when we're saying, hey, you did this wrong and our code says you can't do it, but we're not gonna fine you, we're not gonna fee, just, but you're probably picking up the same dog over and over again, right?
Not very much.
Well, I don't know, I see the same one though.
Yeah, the same ones keep trespassing
We
on
all
my
didn't know who
property.
they are. We're like, oh, that's just Rocky, you go to Sonics. But
If you pick up a dog result of, because of the result of an attack.
I know Rocky, don't we all know Rocky?
What happens to the dog? You probably hold them for 10 days, whatever quarantine,
If
I'm
we,
assuming-
if it's a dog bite, we hold them for 10 days.
and then what?
And then they get returned. After they go to the vet, get their shots and prove that they had their shot.
But
And
don't
that's
they have to
$10.
pay for that quarantine?
yeah.
Supposed to pay
supposed
cost
to.
and care, but how many people have the money to pay for them?
Well, then you can't
Then
afford to have a
Well,
dog.
then- Well, so I
Um,
think that's where the disconnect is. So if their dog gets out and they need to do all of these things, then they need to pay the fines associated and the cost with that in order to get their dog back. Where is the disconnect in which we're just giving the dog back and not requiring that?
No, if it's a bite case, they are required to take the dog to the vet. Right? After the 10-day quarantine, get the dog shots. And then a lot of times they've got tickets on top of it.
So, but where are we getting that revenue that we should be getting for the costs that we've incurred?
With
Isn't
what
there a
cost?
fine associated?
Isn't
Cost
there a
and care.
quarantine
There
cost?
should be
There-
with
there
it, but it
isn't.
goes through the courts.
Well, but we also have that that number we got out of her report, our courts pulling in is very low. So if you're telling me we're doing 4 to 6 dogs a week, I'm looking at numbers going, that's
Our course costs went up significantly.
$300 a week that we should be getting just on the first defense dog.
So I'm gonna jump in. That's something that we could definitely look at. That's totally administrative. So our law's there, our law's in place. So that's totally administrative, whether or not they can collect fees, that's something that administration needs to be able to figure out. So they can collect those fees. I'm gonna just kind of pull us back to any feedback or questions that are relevant to the budget, for whatever that line item is. Yeah, there's there.
We'll pick on Kyle next time. Yeah.
You got one more shot at, you got one more shot at me.
One more round.
Then I'm
You
going
guys
back,
will pick
and
up
then I'm
Kyle
going back
next
at my hole for a year.
Oh, we'll call on you from time to time, like we always do.
All right, last call, anyone? All right, I'm gonna close the public hearing portion.
Thank you.
All right. Right. So old business.
You didn't even sweat.
Old business, we have the approval of sewer rate increase. So on this one, kind of the way that this would be is it would be making a selection on an option. The next steps from that would be drafting up an ordinance for the revenue bond. And then it would we'd be able to build it around that. The ordinance should include information from the conditions of the loan. And anything else after that, it would, if it'll have the terminology in there about, that this being specific to this project. And that this $40, that would be to service the loan would end, with the payoff, final payoff of the loan. So what we would be looking at now is a selection on what option, and kind of looking over here. So, we did hold the sewer rate increase town hall, to share more information about the I guess financial implications and looking at what some of the options could be. That did have to be rescheduled from one of the snow days. We were able to hold that on Monday, November 18th. We had a town hall at noon and we had another one at 6 PM. And from that, we were able to kind of just do a interactive activity there with the attendees and having them, help us visualize what options people wanted. So when we looked at those, Schedule B, so that option would be an increase of approximately $8 per year over the next 5 years. And that one, kind of rose to the top. And I think just, hearing from people, it was really looking at what could be the lowest real impact to their household budget. And then we have some different options there that would generate different reserves at different rates. But that's kind of where we are there. I'll pass it over if anyone wants to comment on this or be looking for a motion on one of those options.
That could be here. It's showing the $8 for 5 years now. Through 29, then we would have all the money we need. I thought we had to have the money before or January 29.
Yeah, so our payments would kick in 6 months after project completion. Right now, they have projects set to be completed December of 2028. So that would put it roughly around June to July for that first payment of about 340,000. So that would be due there. With all three of these options, there would be a considerable reserve already built up after that 5 years. We have that in our packet. There's some in the back, but just to kind of look at them. The Schedule A at the I guess if we looked at January of 2029, when that final increase would go into effect, with Schedule A, we would have about 2.3 million ready for that project. With Schedule B, that same January of 29, it would be 1.5 million. And then with Schedule C, January of 29, it'd be 1.2 million. So with each one of the options, there's reserve built up and we would be ready to start servicing that loan.
I was going to, I was just kind of waiting to see if there were any other questions about it.
Say, looking at this, what the public input, public wants to be. Fine.
I'll make a motion that we move forward with the sewer rate increase ordinance using Schedule B.
I second it.
B as in boy.
I guess kind of pass it back over, any final comment before we vote?
All I remember is that we have to put that ordinance under, like you said, that it has to end as soon as the loan is completed, so. The $40 increase has to end as soon as the loan is completed. And we weren't gonna put anything in about interest. I don't know.
That'll all come in the ordinance, so
we
I
do the
mean, we
ordinance?
can read that and make changes as we fit at that. time, right?
What are you speaking to on the interest?
Remember, when we did the discussion at 6, about investing the money that we do collect until we start paying it in 2028. You know, because the project won't be complete till 2028, so that gives us 3.5 years, probably almost 4 years of money sitting somewheres waiting to be spent on the amount we have to pay. So as the money sits there, you know, the interest that accrues lowers the amount of payment or something, you know, I don't know. Like I said, you know, can we put it in a CD or put it in something that's gonna gain us more than, well, the loan is at 2.2%. 2.2%, and if we invest that money at 4.9 or 5%, if we can, I don't know, there might be some stipulation on money that we're holding that belongs to the public on investing. I don't know. Yeah, but the CD is
I don't know.
guaranteed.
But up to me, let's see, Larry. There are restrictions on what the city can invest in.
Yeah.
Yeah, put in a CD, but up to $250,000, that's insured, but again, your public funds. And I still got some more work to do on it. Okay.
Something, you know, because it would help it would help every citizen out here if we find something that way, something that helps us.
That's something the
I've
city's
got
working
some
on in
stuff
general.
already started, yeah, planning, and I'll bring it back to you guys, but it's not, I haven't finalized it. And it's gonna have to have your approval anyway, but I've gotten some plans to try to invest that, still stay within the parameters of the USDA. And try to just maximize as much as we can. Some of that interest is probably gonna end up having to supplement our general fund. Yep. I talked to the auditors about that.
But all interest made from this $40 should be applied towards the loan only. Right?
Yes, it has to be.
Has to be
Yeah,
applied to the loan,
not the interest,
not pulled into any other funds.
not the interest. Any money that we invest on the interest can be moved to the fund.
But what I'm saying is if we do it, this money is for the sewers, so any interest, can we stipulate any interest made
It's up to you guys, but
to pay this off?
We could put it in the ordinance when they write
I
it up.
wouldn't recommend that, but you, as the council, just decide to do that, you can.
Yeah.
And have that conversation right now.
Yeah, that's, he's like, but no.
No, I'm, y'all just need to really look at
Yeah.
the state of the general fund.
One of the things I would speak to on that is just again, look at the rate on this loan over 40 years. Versus any interest that could be made from that. And then, yeah, thinking about the other things that are gonna come up. We're as close to 0% as we're probably gonna see for a while with that 2.215%. Really is.
Because my concern is if you start pulling money out from that interest to pay other funds, then, I mean, where's our budget? We should have a budget where we shouldn't have to do that.
I've got $100,000 in the budget next year for the money that I'm gonna invest.
Well, I guess when
I mean, that's in the budget. But until we get general fund to where it's in the black, which if we can hold to our budget, we'll break even next year. But for the last 2 years, we haven't done that.
when does our loan start?
6 months after construction.
So the loan
Payments.
starts then.
But the moment we start pulling
Oh,
from
yeah.
that, we start
Yeah.
paying interest.
As soon as we get we're in the process of having a Colorado bank, or Federal Bank right now to get our interim financing in place.
Yeah, because the interest on the amount of money that we're getting is about at 2.2% is about $440,000, if I'm not mistaken, right?
So, but Kyle, I
So-
think there, you know, so this USDA loan, this USDA loan at 2.215% does not start until 6 months after the project completion. Up until then, really what we're gonna be doing this project with is interim financing, which is gonna go through this other bank, and that's gonna be at what, about 4, 5, 6%?
I would say at least 4. maybe
So
5.
we're gonna be paying a higher percentage on actually doing it, but all of that interim financing interest is already built into the total amount that we're financing with USDA.
Oh,
So it's they're kind of totally separate. They can't be really considered. It's, doesn't make sense to consider them together because this interest that we're gonna pay on the interim financing is already considered in our USDA loan.
Breaking even, not a bad thing.
No.
We'll take it.
All right, we have a motion from Roberts and a second from Mullins. We call the vote.
Yes. Roberts.
Yes.
Mullins.
Yes.
Carrera.
Yes.
Doral.
Yes.
Martinez.
Yes.
Yes. That is approved. So next steps on that is we'll be working with, city attorney. You'll obviously be working together with that, to write up the ordinance for the revenue bond. It's a different type of ordinance. So yeah, it's gonna have all the, some different stipulations in there and, that'll come back. I'd be optimistic to say it'll be here by the 12th, December 12th. So if so, that would need to be read twice. So soonest that could pass would be the beginning of January. So even in the ordinance, the time that this would go into effect, would be a little bit after that. So maybe February, March.
So we should.
Yeah, that
Yeah, we
could,
probably
could be a
would have
good,
our financing ready, probably February. It'll take, those things take some time.
we could move on.
No, you
To-
gotta finish out. with
Yeah.
this.
Thank you.
Hurry before we change our minds.
We could, we'll move on to new business. We have ordinance number 980. This is an ordinance levying general property taxes for the year 2024 to help defray the costs of government for the city of Rocky Ford, Colorado for the 2025 budget year, and for the mill levy on each dollar's worth of property as per the assessed value thereon, as shown by the assessor of Otero County for the year 2024, as fixed by the Board of Equalization. On first reading, and just a follow-up comment on that. These are ordinances that are passed every year. This one is us, setting our property tax. So this one will need to be read twice. So we would have this as first reading, and then we would have second reading December 12th.
Just what's on this agenda, right? This portion?
Yes.
Three. Okay, I'm going for it, everybody.
You gotta read the other
I'm gonna interject on that. I'm gonna object on that one. So I would like them read separately. So we'll start on 15-1 ordinance number 980. If you'll read it by title.
Okay. An ordinance, I make a motion that we adopt ordinance number 980, an ordinance levying general property taxes for the year 2024 to help defray the costs of government for the city of Rocky Ford, Colorado for the 2025 budget year and for the mill levy on each dollar's worth of property as per the assessed value therein, as shown by the assessor of Otero County for the year 2024 as fixed by the Board of Equalization on first reading.
A second.
Call for vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Right, the next one, ordinance number 981. An ordinance summarizing expenditures and revenues for each fund and adopting the budget for the city of Rocky Ford, Colorado for the calendar year beginning on the first day of January 2025 and ending on the last day of December 2025. This would be on first reading. So this would be our first reading of adopting the 2025 budget, which we just had the public hearing on.
Meaning that we won't change it anymore after what is.
So if
currently there.
there were gonna be any changes that anyone would like to propose, this would be where that would be presented. So then, yeah, we would be passing it as presented today. And then this ordinance is the one where we would be amending the budget in between. And then on the second reading, that would be the final 2025 budget.
Can't change it after tonight. For the, till the second.
Yeah.
Whatever changes.
Yep, look for that one, a motion on title.
Accept it. Motion on the title.
Yes, ready? Okay. I'll make a motion that we adopt ordinance number 981, budget adoption and ordinance summarizing expenditures and revenues for each fund and adopting a budget for the city of Rocky Ford, Colorado for the calendar year beginning on the first day of January 2025 and ending on the last day of December 2025 on first reading.
I second that.
Okay, we have a second from Mullins, call for vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Right, and then ordinance number 982, an ordinance appropriating sums of money to the various funds in the amount of and for the purpose as set forth in the ordinance for the city of Rocky Ford, Colorado for the year 2025 budget year on first reading. And then this one, so the other one is general fund. This one is the other funds that we have.
All right, I motion that we approve ordinance number 982, appropriation of budget and ordinance for appropriating sums of money to the various funds in the amount of and for the purposes set forth in the ordinance for the city of Rocky Ford, Colorado for the year 2025 budget year.
I second it.
Yes.
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 Yes. Those are good on first reading there. So we'll move on to new business 15.4, and that's selection of Catlin Canal proxy. What that would be is us giving our proxy to who will have placed the vote for Rocky Ford on our Catlin shares. We would select from any of the board of director members. Current members on the Catlin are Alan France, Jared Gardner, Eric Hannigan, Nathan Knapp, and Scott Larson. So out of those, we'd be looking for a motion on who to select as proxy. Just one note, two of the five, Alan France and Nathan Knapp, are local to Rocky Ford.
It should be Alan France, I think. No, he's from the Rocky Ford ditch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think he's from the Rocky Ford
I
ditch,
was
right?
gonna suggest either France or Nate or.
I'll speak on Alan France. He's the one that came in with George Hanses. George Hanses is the secretary over at the Catlin. And Alan France, him and his family have been in Rocky Ford for a long time. I've been here 6 years and I know Alan France pretty good because of George Hanses. And he's the secretary over there, so. Yeah. He's the one that came in with George to talk about the PISPA. Yeah. The PISPA shares that we had, PISCA, those shares. So.
Does Alan have any plans of retiring off the board or anything anytime soon? Do we know?
Not that we know. And I guess on that side of it, I would say Nathan is probably newer out of all of them.
But a multi-generation.
Yes.
What if he wants to go to the cabinet meeting?
Anybody want an extra meeting?
Do they have to agree to it so we can nominate them? No, we probably should go with somebody who knows what they're talking about.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know water, like those guys know water.
Alan.
I move that we appoint Alan France as our Catlin Canal proxy.
Yeah, I
I'll
said,
second.
Okay, we have a I got you. We have a motion to appoint Alan France by, Councilman Mullins, and we had a second from Councilman Martinez. Call the vote.
Brown,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Collins.
Yes.
Rivera.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so we have selected Alan France as our Catlin Canal proxy. There's some paperwork here, so I'll get this filled out and get this sent back over to them. Thank you. Item number 15.5 is a spending request from the Grand Theater. It's for projectionist training, so kind of hand it over to Councilman Barone if you want to take the lead on that.
Now we're talking about the requesting expenses for protections. Okay, you want me to get it or you want? Okay, now, Chris Sandoval is the current protectionist for theater. As JR said earlier, that the company Valco will not send any parts or anything for the protector because they found out he is not certified. If we'd like to get him certified, they would think.
So they'll sell like parts, if they won't sell parts.
And it's a lot cheaper for him to have the knowledge to do it himself than to have service people come in. It's about 3 years old and it's never been serviced. Nobody's ever come out to service it or anything. Once it's 3 days of online and then 2 days. And 3 days in Fort Worth was where they'll teach him how to do all this, where he can maintain them. Keep them up, clean them, service them. Once he becomes certified, we discussed it where maybe he can train somebody else on it. That way, if he's unavailable, he's vacation or whatever, sick, he can't do it. Other people would be able to do it. The cost will be covered through the theater. There'll be no cost to the city. Yeah, it's been 3 years and never been serviced. Right now they're having a problem with the 3D box. Can't be showing any 3D, and I don't know what the future holds for 3D, but you would also learn to do that. So then if there's 3D movies that are coming out in the future, he'd be able to hopefully get this thing fixed and be able to do 3D movies. And that's pretty much what I had for that. Is that correct? Do you have any like to add, JR?
What? Brand theater fund is, it's black. It's not always been true.
So I make a motion to 15.5 Grand Theater requesting expenses for projectionist training.
I second it.
One comment I have, and maybe somebody can save the day. Do we have an invoice? Has that been sent over? Robert, do you know, did they give you an invoice for that?
For the training?
Yeah, for this request? I don't know they did. This one's a $5,000 request, so it puts us in that bracket of our purchasing policy that where we need an invoice. I know when this came over, did send a request over to them on the 21st. Yeah, I haven't received anything.
So even if the theater is paying for it with their funds, you still need to have.
We pay for it first.
They need to pay for it first.
What if your motion said, on submitting?
You want to modify that,
I would like to make a motion for 15.5 Grand Theater requesting expenses for projectionist training pending invoice submission of invoice to the city.
I second that.
Call for a vote?
Martinez,
Yes.
Speed,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Collins.
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Mayor Gurley.
Yes. is approved. Yeah, if we can get that invoice and have that on record. That's all we need there. Next item, 15.6, City Council Committee Engagement Fund. This is a proposal that I put together. I sent it over to everyone. Can't remember when. I feel like maybe a week or so ago. Not sure if everyone's had enough time to read it, but kind of generally what this is it would be a community engagement, community development fund that would allow council to continue on in that community engagement. Just looking at where this would be funded from. I think originally we were looking at, this being general fund. But in working with Kyle and Stacy, it looked like the economic development fund that we did have, the economic and community development fund that currently is the revenues for that are the Idea Place. And then that was also the fund that our former economic development coordinator was working under. So this would essentially, it would be funded through that. It'd allow us to do community engagement events. Just, I think some quick examples could be the fireside chats, cafecitos, town halls, block parties, I think is another idea. If someone wanted to fund a different picnic in the park, anything that's around community engagement. So kind of the policies built out there for, you're able to see that. I think one of the things that was said in there that the purchases would be approved by council. So that would be kind of, it would require some work from us to put together a proposal on the project with expenses and be able to submit that to council for approval. There would be a allocation of 1,000 per council member, 1,500 for the mayor, for a total of 7,500 for the year. So that, wanted to kick it off there and then pass it over if anyone had any feedback on that or any ideas. This would be something totally new that would be created through a resolution.
Funds roll over to the following year. Some of it wasn't used.
The way I wrote it is no, they wouldn't roll over.
The city does need, personal opinion, the city does need more community involvement in the everyday city of life living. And if we can use this to generate more involvement from the community, I mean, it's great. We need to have participation from the public. This is your town, this is your city.
Yeah, and I had the same thought actually when you sent this over, and probably heard me thinking out loud about it a bit. And it's a little bit like school teachers. We can try to put together community events, but it's out of pocket for us. So that's not really fair. Not only for us, but just anybody who wants to be a council member from the public, asking them to run a lot of the cost to do that and not receive anything makes it impossible for people otherwise would be good council members. So I think this is something that sets up council members in the future for success. So
it mentions setting up like mini grants, micro grants for things. First thing that comes to my mind is we on the tree board, we got the flower pots, and we're looking at probably getting more this year. But we need help watering. Would this fund allow us to make a grant to give a 4-H kid, a high school kid, somebody, 2 days a week to water, $50 a week or something? Or putting the money to repair some of the water lines that are, I know it doesn't cover all of where the boxes are, but there is water lines that at one point in time worked. Would this be a fund that could do that, or would that be something else?
I think so. One thing that I hear on that is like if it wouldn't really allow for any funding to go directly to an individual. If it was an organization or a business, it could. So maybe if it was going to the 4-H or the FFA, but as far as an individual, and just kind of it protects us from any look of favoritism or, misuse there. But, yeah, like if an organization was willing to step up, then that could definitely be something. Or yeah, if it was going to fund, fixing those, or maybe somebody wanted to use their fund to invest in more Christmas decorations, different things like that that come up that we hear all the time. So with this one, it would need to be a resolution. So this would kind of just be an approval of, this is something that council wants to do and move forward with, and then we can, we would put together a resolution that can go next meeting.
So it's just kind of a consensus right now as to whether we're going forward or do we need to make a vote?
I'd say let's do a vote and we'll have the full resolution for the next one.
I'd like to make a motion that we move forward with the city council community engagement fund for 2025.
I second it.
Call the vote.
Mostly. Yes. Roberts.
Yes.
Yes.
Cabrera.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, we'll get a resolution put together, in between now and then, if there is anything in the policy that anyone sees that we can make adjustments to, we can have all that, and then the resolution would have the full policy and the guidelines kind of as they are there, how you submit a request, how you have to have receipts and submit that to accounts payable, kind of that process. Item 15.7, RFP for city attorney for 2025-2026. So Stacy and I met with city attorney Nathan Schultz, just kind of doing a review of city attorney and municipal judge. So we met with Nathan, and it was his recommendation to put it out for an RFP. He did say it's best practice. We've been working with him since 2020 after the passing of Bart Mendenhall. And just, yeah, be good practice to put it out for RFP. He did say that he would be submitting a proposal for it. But would like to open this up and
See if there's any.
make sure that we have the best representation possible.
So we should motion to approve the RFP.
Yeah, motion to approve RFP. We would put the RFP together and then we would bring that back next meeting for approval to host.
Then I make a motion that we approve the RFP for city attorney for 25-26.
I'll second that.
Call for a vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so we will put the RFP together and bring that back December 12th. And if that's approved at that time, we'll get that posted on some of the different sites. 15.8 is discuss, review, approve or disapprove bids for a used dump truck and bids for a used loader. We received that information earlier. I don't know if anyone needs any additional information. Cody is still here with us. But be ready for action on that.
Do we need to approve this though, if we're approving the budget?
I gotta tell you one thing. I don't know. We gotta do that thing up, right? We're not gonna do that.
There might be some of it, if we can save on costs on the 11,000.
Sounds like he wants to use a shovel.
He's got a brand new one now.
My question is, do we
Does the
need to
city
make
have a backhoe?
action on this if we are
Does the city have
approving
a
the
backhoe?
budget
Nope.
because it's already in the budget for 2025?
Sorry. I
Um,
understand, but I mean, we still have an option.
Hey, guys, pull it back over here. So,
But Kyle was saying that if we approve the 2025 budget, that he's already got that money in the 2025 budget. So by approving the budget for 2025, we're already approving that purchase and we don't need to approve it separately.
so on that, the allocation of funds would be approved. But since this is a motor vehicle, the purchase would not be approved. So they would be waiting until after January 1st to bring
Okay.
a new proposal to the agenda, and then it would be,
So we're approving the purchase.
Yes.
But the funds will
No, if we do it now, then it would be spent in 2024.
The funds
So
are
he
in there
would need to
now, but
adjust
they're,
the budget. just to
And
make
we'll
sure it comes
adjust the
out.
budget accordingly.
They'll put it where it needs to be.
instead of rolling the money
I
over.
don't care, you need to buy it.
But we're just approving the purchase.
Where it
We haven't
comes
decided
from, I
which one
mean,
yet.
we need to
Right.
do
Be
it.
at the next.
Nope, that would,
No,
yeah,
we'd
right
have to
now we
name
would be
it.
making a motion on which
So-
piece of equipment.
I'd like to motion that we approve the purchase of the 99 International from Justin and the loader from Rustler.
I second that.
Sorry.
Nick and Tom.
Nick,
Martinez and Mullins.
Oh, you can call me Tom, that's fine.
Just, yeah, want to make a comment on that, because those were put together. So I not in favor of the dump truck. So I'll state that. If we were looking at the other one with the lower miles, I think that's better value. The loader, I'm all for.
Got lower miles, but it's $10,000 more.
Yeah, you just didn't send the miles over. So I called him over there in Lamar and he gave me the mileage. It's 22,903. Said it's an Allison automatic with a big cam 400 Cummins.
but that one doesn't have all of the electronics and things like that for the plow that we'd have to pay to get installed on the dump truck.
And $10,000.
It's $1,000 more, but it has less miles.
1/5 the miles.
I guess
Does that mileage information change your opinion on which one's better for you guys? Dollar signs out of the question, which truck's better for you? Okay. Thank you.
Other comments there? Okay, call the vote.
I'd just like to say also, I'm kind of hanging my with you, the loader, I seen talking to the loader from Rustler. Here, and the dump truck, I don't feel I have enough information on the options available, I'm sorry, so I'm kind of, like, the dump truck, no. Yeah, loader, yeah.
I would like to propose an amendment to that and amend so it would be an amendment to approve the purchase of the loader presented from Rustler only.
I'll second that.
So Rustler.
So just the loader.
So would that make us? Yeah, Martinez has to because he made the original. We can't have two,
Yeah, we've got two motions.
we can't have two motions. He has to amend it if he's gonna amend it, because it's his motion.
You can choose to- Or it can die.
You know,
No? He can change it?
No,
Oh.
it was already here the first.
Right, so I amended, and then my amendment had a second, so that my amendment takes.
Oh,
Okay, so.
okay.
Unless I change my motion,
Yes,
right?
unless he changes it himself.
So if I change it, if I withdraw my motion and we change it, we're good with that. I don't know. I'm just trying to.
Make it easy and
It don't make no
Yeah,
difference.
let's just go.
Okay, so was there a second? with your-
Yes.
yes.
Who was it? Roberts?
So, Burrell,
Yes.
Cabrera,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Mullins,
Yes.
Earger,
Yes. So the main motion was approval of both items of the loader from Rustler and the freight line, the dump truck from Justin's Pavement.
International from Justin.
But we've modified it.
So it's only the
Main motion
So now it's only just the front end loader.
Yeah, so
No,
if
it's
we
the dump
want to
truck
get the
now.
front end loader, we have to vote yes.
No, now it's the dump truck.
No,
We
No,
should
make
just
a motion
amended
for
them.
those.
It should go on.
The loader for.
So, yeah, so on this one, we have a motion second, it's called for a vote on the original, which is, this is now the original.
for the loader.
This is for both.
As amended, that's for the loader only. Yes,
Mullins,
Yes,
Harris,
yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Martinez.
Yes.
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes,
Yes.
Now you gotta make a motion to, for a dump truck.
Yeah, so, yeah, on that one, it's just kind of separated out, so if
Mhm.
anyone wants to do anything there.
Will I
I make
make a motion that we approve the purchase of the 99 International from Justice?
I second it.
Let's vote.
Yeah, on that one, same place as, Barone over there. I don't think we have enough information. I think there was some additional information that was requested. And I know we had talked about, some different logs and wanting to understand some of the different equipment and implements needed on there. Any other comments?
there was a
Yes,
motion and a
There
second.
was. Call for vote.
Rob,
You.
Martinez,
Yes.
Yes.
Roberts,
No,
Mullins,
Yes,
Herrera,
Yes.
No.
Yes, 4-3, so it passes.
Passes 4-3.
You guys got your equipment.
Take care of it.
Right. That's all the new business. We'll move on to public comment. We have our second opportunity for public comment. If anyone would like to address council on any items not on the agenda, you can come up to the front here, please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Kelly Taylor, and I am here today because I've had multiple requests of an explanation of an incident that happened at Rocky Ford Chamber of Commerce, at an event, a holistic fair that was held over there. It was a terrible event. No money was made. There was no interaction from the community. I made, as a business owner myself, made the decision that I was not going to attend the next event that was going to be held in July at that same venue because I couldn't afford to lose that money again. I approached Nicole. That person was very pleasant. I asked her if it was possible for me to cancel my spot at the event and get a refund. She was like, yeah, I can do that, but we don't keep money here. I'm gonna have to write you a check. Great, not a problem. I said, I don't think that my address is on that form that I filled out. She handed me the form. I was writing my address on the form. And I just told her, I just can't afford to lose this amount of money again. At that point, she got very upset, very angry with me, started yelling at me, says, how do you figure you lost this money? You only paid $40 for the space. I had to explain to her like how business works, why I lost about $350 that day. She's like, this is the first event and this is the one in July will be different. It'll be just like the one that was held in Lahana. At that point, I explained to her that the one in Lahana was very successful because it followed the 4th of July parade. Then she lost it, completely lost it, started screaming at me, yelling at me, telling me how I'm not supporting Rocky Ford. If I can't support Rocky Ford, to never come back, that Lahana, I think that Lahana is better than Rocky Ford. The badgering just continued, like it was insane. I was completely in shock. I asked Nicole to stop yelling because I looked back behind her and her daughter, who was originally playing, was cowering in her chair. And I was like, I'm done. So I walked out. As I'm walking out, she's telling me, screaming at me, don't ever come back to Rocky Ford. Whatever. This is the day that we had a torrential downpour in Rocky Ford. It wasn't very long after that storm came through. It was just like crazy rain. Told my mom helps me with these events. I said, you know what, nobody's gonna come out now, like, we're done, like, let's just start packing up. All the other vendors, pretty much, they had packed up their stuff as well. If you've never seen my booth, I have anywhere between 5 to 6 tables, and I take 2 spaces. It takes me about an hour and a half to 2 hours to tear down, pack everything up, get it in my vehicle. So it takes me a little bit of time. Started packing things up, trying to get things at least together. Okay. So when I come back in there, when I started packing up the stuff, Nicole come barreling into the building at 2 other occasions, screaming, yelling at me, telling me that I told her that I was canceling my event because La Hunter was better than Rocky Ford. At that point, I never raised my voice. I never raised my voice. I was never screaming at her. I was never disrespectful to her. I was never insulting to her. I just told her, don't put words in my mouth. Those were not the words that I said. Well, that's the way I took it, she said. And I was like, that's fine. That's between you and you, not my problem. And then she turns around and looks at me and says, well, you just think you're hot shit. To which point I just finished packing my stuff. I left. Badgering continued beyond this event. I had it on Facebook. I had to deal with people on Facebook. I had to deal with people at other events. I've been in this community all my life, and I've done economic development. My reputation was way beyond the slander that was put out there, and I'm thankful for that. But this is very disrespectful. It's not good for your community. Your community and your council and your chamber is only as good as its weakest link. And right now, I think that the council needs to think about what this is representing for you. It was crazy. I do have a letter that I had wrote to Stacy. This letter has made its way through multiple different places, but I'm happy to share that with anybody. If you'd like to have the rest of this story, because obviously I can't get it all out in the allotted 3 minutes. But thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any others for public comment?
All face to face without her.
Can you state your name, please?
My name is Jessica Hernandez. I was assaulted by this woman. Very recently at my daughter's quinceañera, she almost ran the whole night. She traumatized my daughter. And she went running at my mother. She actually called my mom a fucking bitch after she had already attacked me. Choked me, had me choked against the wall. Holding me up by choking me, by the way. People pulled us all apart. I had no idea who she was at that time. I guess she was acting security guard. I'm very nervous, sorry. But she was acting security guard, I guess, but she had no identification. I thought I was breaking up an altercation that was happening outside at the Govins building. But she did not look like any type of professional person for sure. I thought she was attacking people at guests at my party, honestly. So, that's the kind of person that she is. I don't know what else to say. Still an ongoing court case, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Holly Montoya, and after hearing these statements from these people, I think Nicole Roberts should step down. She's an embarrassment to our community and the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you.
Any others for public comment? Okay.
My name is Kelsey Arbion. I was there night of the quinceañera that Jeff was talking about. And I just seen her trying to stop the situation because that's her job. She's the manager of that facility. That's what she's supposed to do. When someone is acting up, drunk, belligerent, we're sober, they're drunk. We're supposed to do that. We're supposed to watch their building. That's all I have to say. She just was doing what she was supposed to. She did yell, I am the manager of this facility. I do say what goes on in this facility and I need him to leave. So as far as her daughter was yelling at Nicole. It wasn't the other way around. Her dad even had to tell the girl to be quiet, that she was security. So it's not like nobody knew that she wasn't security because they were yelling that she was security. Yeah, I take it she did not have security shirt, but still, he knew because he's the one that paid for the place. So he knows who was security and who isn't.
Did you witness a physical altercation?
I seen the outside part where she was getting jumped by 3 different people. I seen that part, but I didn't see how it started. I didn't see her, she hit her, her hit her. I did not see that part. But I did see outside, when I did start breaking people up, I did see that part. And she was holding her, but she was not hitting her. She was holding her down, so she wouldn't get hit. Nicole had a bump about this big on her forehead, bruise on her eye, scratch on her face right here, and scratch right here on her face. So she called the cops, her husband called the cops, that they were supposed to do as security guards there. That's how the cops got called there, and that's how they came. She called them, and her husband called them, which is the other security guard.
Thank you.
My name is Toya, and I was right beside Nicole when it all started. I seen the whole thing. Nicole did not attack her. She attacked Nicole because Nicole had this man against the wall that she was trying to escort out of. But Nicole did not. He attacked Nicole, and when we broke him outside, she consistently wanted to keep going back at Nicole. But Nicole did not attack her at all, because I was right beside Nicole when it all happened. And I was not drinking, but the ones that were attacking Nicole were all drunk.
Thank you.
Thank you. What are you gonna say, nothing, but My name is Kuko
For the
Reese.
record, I want to, are you here as a citizen or are you
Yes.
here as an employee tonight?
I'm here as a citizen,
Okay, thank you.
always a citizen, even when I'm an employee. Just like you guys claim, they're citizens even though you're council.
Okay, your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. So. What do you guys want to volunteer the 3 minutes for me? Okay, thank you. So. It's not just about the Groveland night. I've been getting a lot of reports from people scared to come in here and talk because of retaliation from you and her. They're scared you guys are gonna retaliate. So what I wanna say is it's embarrassing when a city council member acts like they run this city. We have citizens that have been attacked verbally in the past. There's police reports. I'm sure we could pull them. It's just, it's unbecoming of a council member to act the way that she has been acting with people. She has attacked an older couple who can't be here tonight because they had surgery and they cannot come to the meeting tonight. Attacked an older couple because of a sidewalk. Requested that we go and make sure they have a permit because she didn't want them tearing up the sidewalk because their kid rides his bike on it. So we were called out to go look at this. Which rightfully, they didn't have a permit. I told them to stop. And so that's when I heard what had happened, that
day with her and them. So that couple wants to come in, they filed a report. I have numerous, I have tons of confessions from people of the way they've been treated by her, not only at the Golden, in public, and how she claims she runs this town because she's a city councilor. That she can't be touched. I don't want this ticket. You can't give it to me. Was that your words, Zenick? You know, and I'm not asking, you don't have to comment that. I'm just saying, it's getting out of hand. And it's unbecoming of a council member. I've been told that you guys said that you cannot do nothing about it. You cannot remove her. It'd be better if she stepped down. Otherwise, there's gonna be a recall that somebody's starting. And that recall is gonna cost the city a lot of money. And I'm just laying that out now that I don't feel like she should be sitting up here. And that's my public comment on that.
Thank you.
We can.
Good evening. Yes. Can you hear me okay? Hello? Good evening. Yes, ma'am. Hello? Can you hear me?
All right, we will move on to council comments and we'll start with our
Public comment?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for the certificate. Also, as you know, I've only lived in Rocky Ford 6 years, and I've been on city council for 5 years. So I'm asking for somebody else in Ward 2 come in and do that job. Not a paid job, but you do get to know everybody in the community. You do get to make a lot of decisions. Hopefully somebody in Ward 2 will step up. This is my last meeting, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Not in front of your face.
Well. Could have done it. That would have been a good.
Hello?
Now, yeah, council reports now.
Council reports, okay, it's been a busy month, I guess. For me personally, it's been a busy month, in between going on vacation like I always do, we went to Biloxi, Mississippi and New Orleans and all that stuff, but Saturday we came back we got back Thursday, and Saturday I delivered 44 meals to citizens that required a Thanksgiving meal. The turkey trot, if nobody knows what the turkey trot is, Vic Estrada and his group of motorcycle riders deliver a lot of them. We had about 300 meals over at the public building at the fairgrounds over there, and I got 44 for Rocky Ford. And that's actually the first time I've actually seen how many dogs are actually loose in the city of Rocky Ford. We always hear it. I'm not a walker. I walk the golf course. Oh, no, I walk from the golf cart to the green to, okay, that's it. But I see you guys walking. I know Verone here, he walks a lot. Robert walks all over the darn place. But, just delivering those meals makes you feel good. But if you get a chance, give Victor and Amber and the rest of the Turkey Trot members your support. The other part is, please keep the golf course in the budget if you can. I know we cut a lot of things, and I know they're paying for a lot of bills now up there. But keep that golf course there. It's been there since Rocky Ford was installed, I think. It's since the Swings came and started Rocky Ford. So if you get a chance, get up there and thank them for taking over a lot of our bills. They don't ask for much. That golf course is there. That was my project and I went up there quite often. But other than that, it's been a good 5 years here. So takes time to get stuff done, so. Y'all understand. Thank you. And then there's another thing coming up, Saturday, the Toys for Tots at the Elks, and that's the Turkey Trot is putting that on over there. If you bring a toy, you get into the dance for free. If you don't, you just donate a couple dollars or whatever, but they're putting on a Toys for Tot over there, so.
That's what night?
Saturday, this Saturday.
For myself, we're gonna miss you.
Not if your aim's good.
So you're doing that while we have the parade of lights, or does it happen
It's in the,
after?
it's in the evening.
Parade of lights starts at 5:30, so.
It'll be before that. It'll be well before that. And we're collecting all kinds of toys, so. And then they're gonna see the lights too. But they did deliver over 300 beans. I know you guys did quite a few too. No. Thank you.
Okay, so you good? Okay, the Arts Commission met on November the 19th of this year. They reviewed the final report for the revenue. The revenue, they had 68,000 in revenue, 59,000 in expenditures, leaving a balance of roughly 9,000 back. That's how some of the money coming up for the projection is. It's given the grant a budget for 25 of 107,400. Budget last year or this year was 101,925. So there's an increase there of 6,000. So thank you. Discuss showing movies that are sponsored. Yeah, when movies will be sponsored, shown for other people, any and all advertising for the event will be solely up to the sponsors, and any postings will have to show whom the sponsors are for the event. So there's a little bit of changes we're gonna start doing there, or they will start doing there. Theater maintenance. Jacob Ornelas, a city employee, is interested in doing maintenance such as roof repairs, holes in the walls, painting, fixturing, fixing the theater seats, and much more. So thank you, Jacob. You're gonna be greatly appreciated for that. Someone did donate approximately, I think it was 196 square feet of 1 foot square tile ceramic. So we're looking at the grant is looking to getting them installed where the linoleum is. They find somebody that can get them installed. It's gonna be around the concession area, and maybe some office space. So hopefully we can get somebody to work with them to at least accommodate them on the price. And thank you, whoever it was. I don't know who donated the tile, but thank you. It's greatly appreciated. Upcoming, well, the upcoming appointments that we voted on earlier for Mike Shima, JR, and myself. The theater does need a new router with more bandwidth for all the devices they are currently in use. Some of the money they got back or that they're not paying the CCOM, that 356 talked about. I think the router is like $60 through Amazon, so that wouldn't be too bad. That's them. They'll discuss doing that. Upcoming events such as this weekend here, they're gonna be showing Mona 2. Moana. What I said.
Sounds like my aunt, bro.
Okay, so that's upcoming event that's gonna be presently showing. I'm not sure if it's gonna be 2 weeks. It'll be a 2 week showing. Then they're gonna have the best Christmas pageant and Musafa.
Live action?
That's the live action one? It's a movie.
So it's like, the Lion King.
It's the animated.
It's animated. That's not. So it's a movie.
It's
Okay, all Christmas movies will be starting Saturday this coming Saturday after Thanksgiving. All the movie showtime for the Christmas movies, which will be free, will be at 1:30 PM. Will be a different movie every Saturday through Christmas, I'm sorry. And according, I mean, it's up to the sponsors, but the sponsors, if they want to throw in a little extra to help with popcorn or drink or, something, that's up to the sponsors, but the attending it will be free, no admission. They're looking at maybe around the 1st of January, having the new movie Wicked, being able to show that. Please support the Grand Theater by attending movies, buying snacks for either the movie or to take out. You can buy old movie posters. You can do advertising. If you have businesses or even if it's yard sales or I don't know, whatever advertising you want to do, you can book the theater for other events. And also if you do book the theater for other events, they have the option now to live stream. So if you're having some type of either business or a party and there's family members or people from out of town, out of state, they can't attend it, you can live stream it. That's going to be an option they can do there. And you can also help out by just donating your volunteer time or giving them a few bucks. Help out to help keep the Grand Theater, keep it going. It's a community theater. Just like to thank everybody that is there, the volunteers, everybody that's with the Grand, the friends of the Grand, everybody there, everybody in the community that attends it. Thank you for attending it, helping keeping it open. I'd like to thank all the city employees, street departments, whoever department, whatever. If you're a city employee and you have helped out the fire department, police department, putting up Christmas displays throughout the community, thank you very much for doing all that, getting in the spirit of the season. Showing now at the Grand is, like I already said, is that Moana. Once again, there was another fire, unfortunately, here in town at the Liberty. I'd like to thank all the first responders, fire departments from Rocky Ford, La Junta, Manzanola, and Fowler, who all were there. Probably 24 hours, and it's still smoking. So thank everybody involved with that, the police department, the sheriff's department that were there with traffic. I'd like to do a shout out. I mean, this is what the community, the valley is a community. Everybody involved in the Arkansas Valley down here, thank you for helping each other. One thing I would like to bring up once again at this meeting, and I'll probably bring it up the rest of the year, is we're in a joyous time of the season. Holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, but with that comes a lot of stress. The stress can lead to arguments, fights, suicide. This is the worst time of year for suicides. Sometimes people just need somebody to talk to. There's phone numbers. I don't have the phone number on me that I had last week or 2 weeks ago for the suicide prevention and everything. But if you see somebody acting different or something, ask them if they're okay or offer them a shoulder to listen or anything. But it's, the money involved with the holidays, people coming over to visit, the stress, this time of year, people get laid off. So just watch other people, watch out for your fellow citizens. It's joyous, but it's also sad at this time of year. So please watch out for each other. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Saturday, November 30th will be a good day to see Santa Claus. He'll be at Dom's Med Store from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Help support the community, the businesses here. He'll be there. And then he and Mrs. Claus will make an appearance at the Grand Theater during the first in a series of 4 classical Christmas movies that will show at 1:30 each Saturday through December 22nd. With that, thank you, everybody that's here. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. We need the involvement. We need the involvement no matter what it is, good, negative, whatever. We need your feedback. This is your community. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for listening. That's it.
All right, first, Larry, I'd like to thank you for the years you put in and the work you do in the community and the work I'm sure you're gonna continue to do for our community.
I'm retired.
Hey, I don't believe that for 1 minute, bro.
Retired.
Now the good stuff
Uh,
starts.
We are on break for tree board, due to winter, trees don't tend to grow, shouldn't plant them. I gotta Robert says, look out for our community, and I think that the people who came here tonight and spoke out about a fellow council person, I thank you all for coming and sharing. And I'm saddened, I'm ashamed of how we've acted as a council and allowed this to happen. Not only are your guys' experiences shared, we've seen it here live. A couple meetings ago, you know, we continually get told that we don't have the option to remove people from city council. And I did a little bit of homework, and Colorado Revised Statute 31-4-108, which, you know, we swear an oath to the Constitution of Colorado. This is our revised statutes. States any member of the city council may be expelled or removed from office for good cause shown by a vote of 2/3 of all the members elected to city council. Nicole, I believe that you have shown conduct unbecoming of an elected official. And I would hate to have to take this vote. I would ask that you do step down and you do allow somebody else to take your seat to serve our community in the manner that our citizens deserve. That's.
I'm going to start with what's going on at the Chamber of Commerce. We do have a lot of events going on in the next month. Coming up on Saturday, we have our annual Parade of Lights. That is the 9th year that we have done that. That was started by Peggy Meyer many years ago, and that continues to happen in the town of Rocky Ford. The Chamber will continue to do that. Following that, we have rallied with a fellow community member. Soraya Sharanlu has put herself out there and requested that the community donate Christmas lights so that we could have a tree lighting ceremony in downtown Rocky Ford. That was a successful campaign. Those lights were installed on the tree out in the front lawn of the Chamber of Commerce over the weekend by the fire department. Following that, we will have our annual community dinner. That will follow in the Gobin building. We will have chili. We will have local performances. We will have a bounce house, and we will have a photography booth. Santa will be there. He will ride in on the fire truck, light the tree, come inside for pictures, just like we've done in many years past. We'll continue to do that. Couple other events that are taking place at the Gobin building this next month. On the 20th and 21st, there are 2 community events. One is hosted by AVR Royalties. The other is hosted by the Women's Business Collective. Those will both be sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce to host those at the Gobin building. There will be lots of opportunities for kids to see Santa at all 3 of those things. As well as the Chamber of Commerce is working with Dwayne and City Council to do Santa Mail. That starts next week, I believe. And that will start at Maya's Carnes here. No, we'll have that at the Parade of Lights. Then it'll go to Maya's, then it will go to Harris, and it will finish out at the food market. And then we'll have it again. We'll have it also at the event on the 21st. As far as what's going on in the chamber right now, that's it. I do have a statement here that I would like to read. My position as the chamber manager and city council Ward 1 are not connected in any way. The Chamber of Commerce is my job. It is how I pay my bills and how I support my family. I do not sit on the chamber board of directors. Just as this city council sets forth the expectations for the city manager, the chamber board does that for me, their manager. I manage the day-to-day, and I am tasked with enforcing the rules and expectations set forth by the board. This includes ensuring that renters and their guests follow the rules set forth in the contract. Regarding the incident that took place on November 9th, 2024, I was requested by the security that was at the Gobin building to come down and assist. The building was pretty full inside and in the hallways. At the end of the night, at the end of the party, there was an altercation that took place between two males in the bathroom hall, and I asked both of those parties to leave the premises. While walking them down the hallway, one of them pushed me. While handling that situation, another altercation, another incident occurred. Myself and another female party who has been here tonight and spoke were both cited for disorderly conduct. This is the only citation that I have received for any actions, not even a traffic ticket for several years. I at no time stated that my council position gave me any authority, as it does not. I am 1/7 of this board. I have no authority to do anything in this town. I do not own it. I do not run it. I do not feel that being on council makes me above the law or exempt from the rules. But it should also not prevent me from performing the duties of my job. I have not been found guilty of anything in a court of law and will continue to serve my community in any way that I am able. Thank you.
Right, most exciting part of the evening, right before the mayor's informative thing, we get to talk about the museum. I know I've seen you all out there. So the museum is doing its museum thing. We have artifacts there. I encourage you all to go out there. I don't know exactly off the top of my head, and that's my fault here. But I'm pretty sure we're not having the monthly guest speaker this month. I will publicly state a correction to that if I am wrong. But I think for this month, we're skipping it and we're going to resume that in January. I encourage you to come to those though. The next one, I believe the next one we're going to be doing is it may be on Japanese internment camps that existed in Colorado. So it's a very interesting topic to me personally. And World War II history in general is great. So that's all the news I have with my little board. And as far as all of our guests that we've had here today, I want to thank everyone for coming. No matter what you came to talk about, it's important that we have community members coming in and sharing what's going on in the community. And a lot of times speaking criticisms to us is very difficult. I'm very non-confrontational. It's very difficult for me. I get that feeling in my chest getting tight. And I'm sure that some of you experience that as well. I can't speak as to any events that happened because there's no way for me to know. But I appreciate you sharing your stories here today. And I do think that Nick's correct in that while we don't know the facts of these other incidents, there has been some behavior on council that has made me personally feel uncomfortable. But I also want to couch that with, I consider Nicole a friend, and I think she's an incredibly valuable asset to this community. She dedicates untold hours to this community, and this should be considered a factor. With that said, I still believe that it would be in the best interest to step down.
I want to start off by thanking Larry once again. Those won't end. You know, as we're all learning, and you know, people have kind of seen as they follow along, it's different to step up and serve in this kind of capacity. I guess the input versus reward, you know, could be, it's definitely nothing tangible. So it's all gonna be those intangibles, that come with it. And, you know, I think it takes the right kind of person, right kind of, just character and background, to, you know, be willing to do that. And, we need all of the differences, to be able to really have a strong, board. So, you know, want to say thank you there. And, we'll have a seat opened up in Ward 2. That'll be, announced coming up. So, you know, anyone who lives in that side of town, if anyone so, called to stand up and be a leader in your community, now's the time. So thank you again, Larry, for the service over the past 4+5 years. And, wish you well in all your travels. Enjoy retirement. Yeah. Yeah, you get to take your sign with you, your name tag, and
You know,
forever
Judge Judah
be.
gave me a proclamation making me an official, Melineer.
Oh,
You know, I'm
nice.
not a Melineer. But you can sure. You could have.
Do we have any shirts?
I have a shirt for you.
Did you save him a shirt?
Oh, Larry, consider yourself honorary.
Yeah. Honorary.
The next one, I'll kind of segue into, this topic about Nicole and the council. You know, we've been hearing a lot of different things, a lot of different, I guess, opinions and suggestions. You know, and one thing that I have to speak to is the processes. You know, so we have different processes for things. We have different policies and guidelines for things, which are, I guess, really it's our municipal code. And I think what above that, you know, some of our state law that kind of keeps us in line, knowing that, you know, we're not going to put the city or ourselves at risk. So, you know, I want to say there are processes. We've, kind of heard of different things. Nick, appreciate you all doing that research. And I would just say, you know, definitely follow up with the city attorney on that. Reach out to him directly, because I think what you'll learn is, that is in the state constitution. But then if we enact any code, which is under our, city council thing, ours supersedes that. So just get clarification there, but that's kind of where that's going to be. Our code can change at any time. All it takes is an ordinance and 2 readings. So we can add as much as we want. We can take that out, and then the state one would be kind of what we would follow. So, you know, just with all this, I'm kind of all about processes. So, you know, we read what we have to follow, and, that's kind of where we're at. So, you know, I appreciate everyone sharing their stories. You know, like, I guess, like I've always said, is, you know, do what you feel you need to do, follow your heart. And, I think good always, prevails. All right, now on to the business side of stuff. I want to say thank you to our public works team for getting the holiday lights, ready. I didn't see everyone who pulled the lights out. I will give a direct shout out to, Ralph. I know I saw him out putting out, holiday lights on our building out front here. So definitely appreciate that, and thank you to Black Hills for coordinating, working with us and getting those put up. I also want to say thank you to the Rocky Fork Fire Department for investing some of their budget in decorating the public safety building for the holidays. That new display that they have is amazing, and I noticed another one last night driving home, the ambulance. So I appreciate them, you know, being able to find that in their budget to, you know, spread some more holiday cheer for our community. And, also thank you to Chief Gonzalez. And I'm not sure who was out there helping him, but the other gentleman that I seen when I went by, out there this Sunday during the day. Putting out the lights at the tree at the Chamber of Commerce ahead of the tree lighting. Ute earlier, yeah, there was younger gentlemen when I stopped by. But yeah, thank you to them for getting that put out there. And then later on that evening, thank you to our first responders and the neighboring fire departments for fighting the Liberty School fire. It's a disaster. It's terrible. It's becoming somewhat of an epidemic. Having these properties left in this condition and left to that end. I think from our side, we have taken steps, and I think with that, we are going to continue, and if not, get even more aggressive in addressing these vacant buildings, making sure that they are in the condition that they need to be, or that we as the city are taking the actions that we have by law to protect the community from any of these owners who have disregard for our public safety of our community. Stacy and I are going to be meeting with it's someone from the governor's office, but it's looking at a technical assistance grant to submit an EPA Environmental Justice Thriving Communities grant. So that'd be up to 600,000 to clean up some of those burned buildings. That grant it came out just about 2 weeks ago. It has a quick turnaround, so the deadline is December 12th. So we're going to be getting some direct technical assistance on submitting that. And with that, everyone cross your fingers and, hopefully we'll have some additional resources there to assist with some of these cleanups and get them done quick and, not waiting several years. 8 years on Sycamore is almost this December will be 8 years there. We attended a DOLA Building Resilient Communities workshop out in Lamar last week. So Stacy, myself, and Michelle Grassmick attended that on behalf of the city. Worked with some of the other neighboring towns over there and just kind of looking at characteristics of a resilient community. So thinking about the different processes, different just thought patterns, and then of course the actual infrastructure that we need to, maintain resilience through different disasters. So we kind of looked at our shocks, which are those kind of abrupt natural disasters like a fire. And then we have those stresses, which are kind of long-term things like infrastructure being neglected and, brain drain, having people from the area moving out of the area. So kind of aging, that silver tsunami, things like that. So it's great to attend that and just also great to be able to connect with our DOLA rep there, which will also be meeting soon, talking about some other grants on the table are around the burden buildings, the startup on the Crystal Lake and Fairgrounds project, and then possibly finishing the police side of the public safety building. So we'll be having that meeting also coming up. So good things happening. And the last one, we've heard it from Nicole, but the Parade of Lights this coming up weekend, that'll kind of, the Parade of Lights will transition into the tree lighting, which I've been back for almost 6 years now. I haven't seen a tree lighting, so I'm not sure. I don't want to say it's the first, but it's definitely new for this kind of generation right now.
The lights they took off the tree, I found a section of it. It was like 2 lights or 3 lights, like it was in pieces. So it's been many, many years since those.
We brought that back in 15 and I think it ran 15, 16, maybe 17.
Well, I was here 16 and 17 and I don't remember it. So
Yeah, I was
somewhere in there.
City manager at the time had sent me to a Parks and Rec convention in Albuquerque and they were doing it. So I think your mom was there, but Patty Camacho was there and we worked on that to bring it back.
So we're excited to have it back. It was really wonderful for Soraya to step up and start asking for that. It didn't take many people. There was, I think, about 5 people that donated and made it happen. And then, of course, Ray and the fire department got it all up there. So
Right, made it on that red star that's at the top. It was still in the tree.
Oh.
Tree grown up around it. And he found it in the tree.
Yeah. yeah, and he put it up there. I mean, we didn't provide that star, so wherever it came from,
Yeah, that was. the
that's
one
an
he put
awesome
up that-
story.
That first year, 15.
That's wonderful. that They found that in the tree.
Well, yeah, thank you for bringing that back and you all making that happen, and it's gonna definitely brighten up that parade of lights, and that'll kind of turn into the dinner there. So everyone go and enjoy that. And yeah, Santa's mailbox, that's something new, working with Nicole on that. So we have a direct line of communication to Santa. We're gonna be hosting one of his official mailboxes here in Rocky Ford. And like Nicole said, it'll be there at the chamber that Saturday. And then it's gonna move over to Maya's for that week. Then it'll move over to Harris Pharmacy for that following week. And then the final week, it'll be at Food Market. So anyone out there, the kids or the kids at heart, get out there, send your letters to Santa, drop them off in there. Make sure you have your address on there and a phone number, just in case any of the helpers need to reach out and clarify the address. And Santa is going to be responding to all the letters from the kids and the big kids.
All the letters.
Santa can deliver me a.
Do I
Ask
ask a
him.
naughty list if I request scotch?
You can ask her
Wait.
whatever you want.
Wayne, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Maybe give us a time frame. I know you have to speak with Nate. You said you're gonna, or Nathan, city attorney. Get back with us. I'd say ASAP. Question I would ask, does the city ordinance supersede CRS 31-4-108?
We'll get clarification on that.
As soon as possible, guys.
Mr. Mayor,
And nothing else there. We do have a special meeting already scheduled for December 3rd at noon. I don't have what that is right now, but
It's the liquor permit for the Elks Club.
Elks Club. So, yep, we have that special meeting. So that's Tuesday, December 3rd at noon. Our next regular meeting will be December 10th at 6 PM for our work session, and then we'll have our regular meeting at 7 PM. And then just a reminder that our second meeting in December was vacated. So everyone enjoy that holiday. No other business. Call the meeting adjourned. 10:35 PM.
Mr. Mayor. I hate to bother you, but I'd like to get a comment in. We have the board member there, who apparently is security. Isn't she supposed to have a guard card in Colorado?
See, it's coming.